Hello, how's everyone doing today, ladies and gentlemen? Who's excited for P2 right now? I can see the chat's going crazy. That's what I like to see. So today I have my partner in crime, another caster. You guys might know him, you guys might not. If you don't, you will know him pretty soon. So he's an ex-Gosu member, MPL panel analyst. I introduce you guys to Paulo Expert.
Yo, what's up? How you guys doing? Man, the chat is going crazy.
Yo,
They're
they're excited for this. I'm telling you that right now. They're excited. So, Paul, how you been?
I've been doing good, man. I've been waiting for this. It's nice to go back here in NA, and I kind of want to see some new things. I want to learn some new things, People are saying that, C is the better region, better meta, but we also have something to offer. So watching this tournament is definitely something that I could learn from, and maybe try, how do you say this? Maybe whatever I learn from NA meta, I could transition it and use it as an idea on C. So that should be good.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to learn, like, from two different servers. NA definitely, like, you've been streaming in NA for a while, and then you could tell, like, there's definitely a different here, like play style, heroes. Like, even rotation is different here than C server. So you're going to see a lot of different of that today. And also, we're going to talk about every team today, every match that is going to happen. And then also, AE match in Black Bulls will be streamed on eFans YouTube. And then for Tinker's going to stream Atoski versus KOPLER Rainbow. But first, let's talk about Shinobi and BTK. So, what do you think about the first match of the day, knowing that BTK is the defending champion?
Well, knowing the reputation that BTK has, we cannot lie. We can, real recognizes real. These guys are all known, previous champions. Mobazane is very, very notorious for his, carry role. Cardi's for his offlane, Shark for his, for his tanking. We powerless. These guys are all talented players. It all comes down to teamwork at the end of the day. But definitely the crowd favorites here. Maybe for the whole tournament, right? Maybe for the whole tournament.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. So this first series, I don't have a lot of knowledge about the other team, but hopefully we could, they could put up a fight. And I'm still looking forward to this first series. Honestly, let's hopefully they give Bloodthirsty King the run for their money. So.
Yeah, for sure. BTK is one of the strongest teams, probably is the strongest team in NA. They are the defending champions, so I expect them to defend their title. Cardi being as one of the best offlaners, Shark being the best tank, and then Zane being the best jungler in the game. They have a lot of synergy and teamwork, so it's going to be hard to stop all, like, BTK as 5. But for Shinobi, I think they'll put up a fight. They play a lot of 5-man together, and I've seen them a couple times. So I think they'll put up a fight. Like, I don't think it will be no easy task for BTK, so BTK better bring their A game today. Because if they don't, you might catch them slipping.
Yeah, it's very important to, not underestimate your opponent. That is something that is actually told by a bunch of MPLPH coaches for me at least. The advice that they give me, never underestimate opponents no matter, if you think your team is a lot better than that team, always play your 100%. Never show any mercy at all.
For sure,
and also to respect the other team as well. You don't want to look like you're trolling the other team or anything like that. Just for sportsmanship reasons and morale, I guess. So I think it'll be good for the NA team to have that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, then the next match. So the next match we have Atoski versus KOPLER Rainbow. So what do you think about this match, Paulo?
For this one, the roster I'm actually familiar with is the KOPLER Rainbow, because since KOPLER was actually almost part of the M1 Gosu team that was about to go down at M1, I'm also familiar with Demon.
Yeah.
But everybody else I'm kind of not familiar with, especially the other team, which was Akatsuki. I haven't been in NA in a very long time, so a lot of these guys like change names. I don't even know who people are anymore. But it's nice to see some really familiar names that are still playing the game, even though Moonton don't really recognize us as, they don't give us any NPL or esports. It's just the community. you're doing this, right?
Yeah,
Your
of
donators made
course.
this happen, so that is we're super thankful for Pika Pika's donators for making this tournament happen. Because without you guys, this will never ever happen at all. All right.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm always thankful for all the donators. You know, even the mods and the refs who are doing this for free. I appreciate every single one of you. And also for this game, I think, you know, both are really good teams. I think Coppola their squad took a break. Atoski kept on playing 5-man. They're really active as 5-man, and they're a really strong team. You know, they lost in Dave's tournament, just fell short of third place, but I think they'll give everyone their run of money this tournament. So expect both teams to do well.
I see. I see. What's the next matchup? Let's see.
So the next game we have Extraction versus High Society.
Oh, okay. So I think I have familiar names in this one. Give me 1 second. Let me double check the roster.
Yeah, go
Pretty
double
sure
check.
All right. So the roster. Okay, Extraction definitely not. And for the other team, High Society. Okay, I'm more familiar with High Society.
Yeah.
From what I remember, didn't you tell me this is the old Rainfall?
Yeah, that's the
They just
old
renamed-
Rainfall squad.
All right. So these guys are from Canada. Most of them are from Canada.
Yep.
And mostly consisting of Filipino players as well, from what I remember. Yeah, Rainfall had a lot of potential before I left for PH, and I don't know what they have to offer now. Maybe they got better. Not sure. We'll see. We'll see.
Both are a really good squad. They're both active squad too. I'm expecting High Society to win this match, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Extraction may bring their A game and, you know, throw High Society off their game. You know, this is a different meta, and both teams have been active, so we'll see what happens. So next game we got OBS Gaming versus Simpsons. Tell me what you think, Paulo.
All right, for Simpsons, I think we do have Blink on that team. The girl Blink.
Yes.
I think, if I'm right.
The original
So
Blink.
there's a from what I'm looking at the roster right here, and there's the leader called Gosu Joker. I'm guessing that's not a real Gosu.
I think he was an
Hopefully.
old Gosu member. I'm not positive, but I think he's an old Gosu member.
I see, but yeah, that's the only player I'm familiar with, which is Blink, who used to be Gosu as well, by the way, guys. Used to be Gosu. So she is known for her mage and assassin, heroes. So that's something to look forward to. As for what was the other team? OBS Gaming. So now, this I know more about of the history. I don't know if this is an actual OBS Gaming branch in North America, because OBS Gaming, guys, if you don't know, this is a branch in PH that is very notorious back in season 1 and 2. So I don't know if they branched out in NA, and all of I think all these players are Filipino as well, from what I remember. Zaze looks like it's a familiar name for me. NB King Yan, that looks very familiar for me.
The
They're
old
Fraud,
MBK.
Kissy, and Maxi. Yeah, these names are familiar for me as well. But as a team, it's my first time seeing them, so we don't know what they have to offer as well. Let's see, especially with the new patch, Project Next, if they have anything new to show us.
So for this game, I'm expecting this game to also be a good game. But I think High Simpsons will take this one. Blink is really good with the mage role and the assassin role. I've seen her playing a little bit of Nat. And Nat is not really used in NA meta, but she could be scary. She's a hero that everyone should watch out for. But I expect Simpsons to take over this one.
Oh, I see. All right. It's going to be a closer game then.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game either way. I could be wrong.
It might be a closer game than you think. I'm not really familiar with the other Simpsons members, but the OBS Gaming members, they look pretty promising as well.
So next game, okay, this game right here, guys, I think this is the game of the day. Like AE versus Black Bulls. I think you guys don't want to miss this game. This game is going to be streamed on eFans YouTube. And this game is legit. Like, I think it's going to be a tight game either way. It might go even all the way to the third game. Raul's got to step up, and his team. He has a lot of new members and hasn't been practicing much. So then, they got to figure things out here. And then for Black Bulls, I haven't seen much of Black Bulls, but I heard they're a good team because they're a West squad and I'm an East player. But I expect this game right here will be be a good game. Tell me about your thoughts,
Yeah,
Paulo.
for the series today, for all the series today, I think this is the series that is the closest, right, compared to the other series. For Aether, like we said, we have Riles, who is notorious for his assassin heroes. Mikasa, right? We all know him. They have an AE Blink, but I don't think this is the girl Blink, all right? We
No, no,
already
that's a
talked about
different
the girl
Blink.
Blink before. This is a different Blink, guys, so do not be confused. There's a different Blink on AE, all right? I don't know the other new members for Aether Esports, but for Black Bulls, I know of Clay, used to be a Kimmy user, used to be Global Kimmy actually, and Arteezy, from what I remember, used to be a Selena Global user as well, Global Selena player. So that's something to look forward to. And for the other members of Black Bulls, they might have changed names, so I'm not sure. So, but yeah, this is the closest game that you'll see today in today's series. And you're where are you gonna see that stream again to let people know if they want to watch this game?
Uh, eFan, can one of my mods please share his channel on my stream, please? I think they made a command about it, so they're gonna spam that. But you can watch this game on eFan at 5 o'clock.
There we go.
Next match, oh, this is the team that everyone loves in NA. So next match we have Gosu versus Brotherhood. And tell me your thoughts about your old team, Paulo.
Alright, so for Gosu, obviously I know Hoon. Regrets is someone new that I haven't met yet. Best player, I've known him for a long time. Hikaru, that's someone new. Zultra, I am very familiar with, and Zero. So it's gonna be the first time with Gosu without General, right? So it's something new. Usually the fans are always used to seeing General in the squad, but General is gonna act as a coach for this tournament, alright? Helping Gosu in the back end pretty much. And I will try not to be a bias. Obviously, it's my previous squad, but we want to remain as neutral as possible. I'm very excited I'm very excited about what they're gonna show. Because I haven't seen them play in a long time, especially as a 5-man. We don't see a lot of 5-man actual rank. Usually, when you see a 5-man happen, it's usually like 3 BTK members versus 3 Gosu members, and then there's randoms in between, right?
Yeah.
So definitely something to look forward to with these squads going as 5-man, all right? And for the other team, we have Brotherhood, all right? So this is more of a team that I'm not familiar with, so I cannot really say anything. I don't have any knowledge for it.
That's fine. So Brotherhood's the E squad, guys, in case you guys don't know. They're a pretty good squad. They practice 5 a lot together, and I expect them to put up a fight against Gosu, but Gosu has a good 5-man lineup this season. I feel like for this tournament, this is probably the strongest Gosu has been for a very long time. So I expect both teams to play really well, but I think Gosu's going to take this game.
Is that the last series of the day?
So we have 2 more. So we have U10 versus ROCKSTARS.
All right, so these are one of the series that I completely know nothing about.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I've never heard both of these teams, but hopefully they show something and surprise me at least. I don't know if you know them personally. Let me see their roster. They do have Medusa. I don't know if they changed name, guys. I haven't been in NA for a year, so many things have changed. Some players quit, some players are still playing, some players changed their name. So I do apologize in advance if I do lack knowledge about these rosters. But yeah, hopefully they show me something surprising, I guess.
So U10 is a West squad. Their old name was McCube. They were in Dave's tournament. I don't know if you guys remember them or not, but they're a pretty good squad. They put up a good fight. But also TRS, which is Team ROCKSTARS. They're a really good squad as well. You guys may have seen them beat Gosu and BTK a couple times. So I expect Team ROCKSTARS to take this match.
But talking about Team ROCKSTARS, by the way, Fallon Girl, isn't Fallon Girl a previous BTK member from what I remember?
Yeah.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that is a previous BTK member, Fallon.
I see. So that's the only name that I see that's familiar with me in the roster. Everybody else looks pretty fresh and new to me. But yeah, I cannot really give out predictions when it comes
That's
to
fine.
series like this.
It's all good. And then the last match, guys. So 7 p.m. So Unknown Society versus Villains. So what do you think about this one? Knowing that your ex teammate, so Gosu Kenrei, is on Villains. So what can you tell me about? So what can you tell me about Kenrei?
Yeah, I'm surprised he's been playing more with other squads than Gosu itself. So I'm not sure if he's actually still Gosu.
He is still in
Yeah, so
Gosu. He's still there.
yeah, he's still in squad. I see it, but I don't see him play too much with like Jen, with Hoon. But yeah, I know I am very familiar with Kenrei's hero pool because we were with him during M1. This is one of the lineups during M1 that we just had to come up with, even though we had issues with the rosters at the time. We just had to put something together. But I know Shanti, Milo, GS Milo, I know that name as well. Very, very familiar. Rose sounds very familiar as well. And for the other roster, which is Unknown Society, let me look at the roster here. Um, oh, here we go. Okay, so this is a squad that I don't I don't know at all. Something new for me.
So I think Villain's a very strong squad. I really like their roster. I think that five men always play five together at night, late at night. But Unknown Society could put up a good fight. You know, they could upset them. We'll see what happens after today, guys. We'll see what happens. But I honestly think Villains will take this match. And that's all the matchup we have today, guys. So in a couple minutes, I'm gonna get the lobby ready. In a couple minutes, you guys are gonna see the first match of the stream. So that will be BTK versus Shinobi. Stay tuned. So here we go.
Alright guys, welcome back. This is gonna be the first series of the day. BTK versus Ninja. Alright, or Shinobi, sorry. Ninja is their tag.
Yeah, I know,
but
it could
is
be a little bit
still
confusing.
Shinobi. I keep getting confused. I read the names and I saw Ninja, so I called him Ninja, but it's Shinobi. Alright, so for Ninja we have Lance, Vanda, Azer, Kurt, and Sika. So for BTK we have Powerless, Cardi, Shark, Hugh, and MOBA Zane, of course. Your idols. The P2 logo is kind of blocking Zane, but that is Zane for the last pick right there. So this is gonna be something new for the for NA actually, because this is their first time experiencing the 10-band system. So they're usually used to the 3-band system, but the 10-band system is definitely different than the usual 6 bands in ranked.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Definitely 10 band is gonna be different, and I feel like ML needs 10 band right now because there is a lot of heroes coming out, especially Benedetta coming out this weekend. So what do you think about the band so far, Esmeralda and Jawhead?
Yeah, this is also something that we see in MPL actually, prioritizing the bans on the fighters. Esmeralda is considered as an offlane, and Jawhead, from what I see, Jawhead is being used as a offlaner here in NA rather than a tank. So that is something that we don't see in MPLC anymore. But it is still very scary to play Jawhead, or to go against a Jawhead offlane, since his burst and his ejector is very. You could make plays with that and assassinate someone real quick with Jawhead.
Yeah, I feel like this meta, it's a lot of offlaners who are being banned. So you guys could see a lot of Khalid right there being banned, or even Yuzong being banned. The offlaners, this meta is really strong, and I feel like you guys might see a lot of fighters being banned this tournament.
Alright, we'll fix the audio in a bit, guys. Sorry about that. Apparently I'm having an echo on my mic. Is that a problem with my mic? I don't want this to last the whole game. Alright, we're gonna see a Khalid ban as well. That is also another ban that we often see in MPL. Alright, so there's an Alice ban. That is also something very common as well. With the new revamp Alice, where you don't need to wait for your cooldown, you have like a 2-second cooldown before you can have your ulti again. She is very good for wave clear. Her early game is very weak, but as soon as you get to late game, she is very hard to actually kill because the sustain is insane. It's actually insane. All right, so hopefully the audio is fixed now. Sorry about that, guys, for the technical difficulties.
Yeah, sorry
I'm
about
looking
that,
at the
guys.
chat. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat while I'm casting. So I know you got, if there's a problem with the stream, I'll try to let Pika know right away. All right, let's we could mic check real quick.
Yeah,
it is good. All right, it is good now. All right, it is good now apparently.
Sorry
I'm not sure if my mic is
first
fixed.
match.
Yeah, some people are still saying that my mic is getting an echo.
There's no echo anymore.
All right, looking at the third ban, we have Selena. That is a common ban as well. The early game's presence that Selena gives you, very scary, especially giving the vision. You need to dodge the stuns. Gives you a lot of information when you're rotating around the map. So that is a common ban that we see in MPL as well. So I like to see it. NA is actually integrating what they see and watch in MPL tournaments. So that's something I really like from what I'm seeing in the NA tournament right now. Yu Zhong, on the other hand, is also even though Yu Zhong got nerfed, it is still very strong. All right, so he's actually very underrated in solo rank right now. But in 5-man or even in professional play, Yu Zhong is still a threat to many teams. And here goes the Brody pick. All right, so this is something that we haven't seen in MPL before, by the way, guys. Brody, because on the MPL, they will never pick a new hero unless after 2 weeks after the patch. All right, so we never saw Brody in MPL Indo or MPL PH. But let's see what NA will do with this Brody pick. All right, will they use him as a jungler? Will they use him as a marksman mid? Will they use him as an offlaner? So there's many options here for this Brody pick. All right. For the other hand, we have a Farza and a Kufra. All right. Kufra is not as prioritized in MPLC because a lot of MPL teams would like to pick like how do you say this, fighter tanks rather than solid tanks. You're gonna notice that on MPL Indo and MPL PH. I am not saying that Kufra is a bad tank. He's definitely still a very good tank, and I think he's probably the best solid tank in the current meta right now. And for Farsa, on the other hand, one of the best supports in the game. The poke is just insane. The roaming capabilities when she flies around the map is super, super insane. And this is where I'm confused about. The Barretts is now just being taken by Shinobi. So that is a big change. Big, how do you say this? Big change in the way the draft is gonna go. Because at first I was like, okay, I don't know why nobody picked Barretts. This is usually like an auto ban hero in MPL, right? I believe he got nerfed a little bit or he got revamped, but Barretts is still very, very strong, right? That is something that people say, okay, championship Barretts. If Barretts is chosen by this team, they usually win. So let's see what BTK could do to counter this Barretts, right? They definitely need a lot of bursts, maybe some Necklace of Durans in a way to counter Barretts' persistence. They have a Chu. I don't know if in NA they like using Chu as an offlaner. In C they like using Chu as a tank, sometimes offlaner as well. It really depends on which player is using it and what team is drafting Chu. All right. But in this case, I feel like this Chu is gonna go in the off lane, all right? And it looks like this Brody is gonna go core at mid, all right? And for let's look at the third pick for BTK here. It's the Yi Shun Shin. That is a very, very safe pick. One of the best cores right now in the game because you have a global ulti, which gives you vision around the map. So you know if someone's about to contest the Lord, if they're doing the Lord or not, if someone's about to gank, Yi Shun Shin gives you that ability, all right? He could keep farming and he could hit his global ulti just to give his teammates information to where the enemies are going to be. Okay? So for Ninja right here, I keep saying Ninja, it's freaking Shinobi.
It's fine. I'm sure they're fine with both of them.
I see.
So I expect the offlaner to be banned here. What offlaner do you think might be banned?
I think for this last ban, ooh, who else is open here? So Uranus is banned, Baxia is banned, and Ling is banned. I think they already have a core. Definitely an offlaner. Jesus Christ. Maybe even Bauman. Bauman might be a good ban here because I know Cardi plays Bauman, you know? Bauman might be a good ban here, but it could be something else more prioritized. Not just, I don't have it on top of my head right now.
So if Shinobi did their research, if I was them, I'll ban Lapu. You could 100% be seeing Powerless playing Lapu this first game. But Thomas is not a bad ban either. Talk about Lapu. There he is. I told you. That's a lock, everyone.
Oh, God. All right, so Lapu got revamped recently, right?
200 IQ. That's Powerless on the Lapu.
Yeah, well, I don't have a lot of knowledge with the new revamped Lapu, so I don't know if he's strong, if he's weak. I've been spending a lot of time with my family since I came back here in the US, so it's something exciting to see here on how BTK is going to use this Lapu Lapu. And for the Thamos ban, by the way, I'm very surprised that NA is not really popular with the Thamos ban, because in MPL, they like Thamos, man. His early game presence at level 1 is very, very strong, and Thamos pick here in NA is very, very underrated, I would say, right? Alright, so let's wait for the last picks for Shinobi here. Let's see what they need. They definitely need a support, so it looks like they're hovering the Natalia and a Lilia. This could be a Lilia off lane, alright? I have seen MPL teams do this. The Lilia off lane, it could be a Lilia support as well, and a Natalia off lane. Alright, either or. They could really switch it around. But the problem here that I see from Shinobi is they lack CC, like solid CC, to stop Lapu Lapu, Yi Shun Shin, X-Borg, and Farsa, alright? So yeah, CC is gonna be a big problem for Shinobi. Both teams have pretty good drafts though, and plus the Natalia pick being picked at the last second, alright? That is something good that I like seeing here for Shinobi. For BTK though, they picked the X-Borg. That is something that's also good against Barretts as well, because he actually deals true damage. So it's a good how do you say it, semi-counter for Barretts, I guess. Not so bad, and considering that Shinobi don't have a lot of CC, solid CC at least, except for the Cho, this X-Borg is gonna be very scary. He can just flamethrower all around the place, and he could go ulti and just blow up anybody he sees. So from what it looks like, guys, it is a core Brody. All right. From what I've been seeing on my solo queue games and 5-man rank games, a lot of teams are doing offlane Brody. But what Shinobi's doing here, they're actually doing a core Brody. So that's something new for me here. Here we go. All right. So let's see the laning phase on what these teams are gonna do. It's most likely gonna be a 1-3-1, the usual, right? Nothing new. But from what it looks like, already Natalia giving good vision here. They know that BTK is on this right hand bush. Kufra with the concussive blast. Nice first kill.
Ready
Already
to first
almost
blood.
first
Wow.
blood coming in for BTK. And Lilia also getting a trade. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But that is going to be in favor of Shinobi because Moba Zane will be the one dying for BTK side. And that is not good. You don't want to see your core getting killed on your side, all right? You always want your core to stay alive and not get traded. It could be the support getting traded or the tank getting traded, but the core is definitely very, very important to not get traded. Powerless almost getting assassinated by Natalia here, but it looks like Natalia is going to go for an assassination. That's going to be an early game Natalia presence right there. Another kill for Shinobi already surprising us with their early game presence with this Natalia pick, all right? I'm not very good with my Natalia myself, so this is something that I like watching so I could learn from it. So far, he's only level 1, but he's already giving a lot of information to his team, getting important pickoffs so far, and he's actually harassing BTK really, really well right now. And that's already a given. Natalia early game, Lilia early game is very, very good. Same with Brody. So expect the early game to go to Shinobi, okay? BTK is going to be more in the later stages of the game. They really need to wait for their heroes to scale before they can do anything, okay? So Lilia is known for her early game, mid game. Brody is known for his early game, mid game as well. Chu is known for his early game, mid game, but late game, all right? Shinobi has a ticking time bomb, guys. If Shinobi does not end this game early enough, BTK will undoubtedly win this game. So they need to take advantage of the snowball now if they want to win this game and make an upset, okay? It looks
We
like
have 4 top.
BTK going for a 4-man gank here at top lane, all right? So that's pretty cool. Let's see here. Kufra just trying to give vision, but I think BTK was just how do you say this? They were taking advantage of the gold shield that you get that actually gives you gold. Okay, so that's something that we saw from Blacklist. They rushed the towers while it still has the gold shield, and it also lasts until 5 minutes now. So for the teams that are actually overflowing the side lanes, they get more gold from it when they get the shield. Even though they don't get the tower, even if they don't siege it, it still is very, very important, and it adds a lot of gold because 4 people are benefiting from it. So that is very good from BTK right there. There was no trades, nobody died, but then again, BTK was able to push the shield from that top lane tower, giving them a lot of gold, all right? So that's something good that we see from BTK right now. And as you can see, even though Shinobi is ahead of 1 kill, BTK is not too far off, and that's gonna be a support getting killed right there. Natalia getting caught off on the Lord side of the map. So yeah, maybe a missed position right there, or just good map awareness from BTK right there. We just see that Brody is actually he's playing more passive here. I'm surprised this Brody's playing passive. The 1v1 coming out here, try to figure out the ulti going
Can
down
Brody
for
get the
Barrett.
kill?
But look at this, Lapu Lapu doing a 1v2, Brody with the gank, and that is gonna be an outplay for Shinobi. Very nice response right there on Shinobi's side. The Brody, nice map awareness, nice gank. Knowing that Barrett is actually baiting out the Lapu Lapu for 1v1 and going there and getting a kill so that Barrett can live. But it looks like that's gonna be another Natalia getting picked off right there. That's twice in a row now. I don't know what's happening with this Nat. He started off very solid, but from what it looks like, that Natalia is gonna be a game changer right there, dying 2 times. But nevertheless, Shinobi getting the turtle here with no contestation at all. All right, so that's good. Let's see here. It looks like there's gonna be a 1v1 on top lane right there on the Cho and the X-Borg, but Cho is gonna be backing off. We see Barrett is just gonna stack the passive, so he gets the big guy passive when he has AoE damage on his auto attack. So I was actually surprised that Barrett could have won that 1v1. Another pickoff right here. Finally, when I said that Natalia was not, as solid as he was early game, he finally made a play again. with the Brody. So very nice pickoff right there. BTK Moba Zane getting focused by Natalia in the backline. This Natalia is making plays all over the place. And look at the Brody getting another kill right there. Natalia living with 1 HP, needing to recall. And Shinobi showing us they're giving BTK a run for their money. All right. So I'm sure a lot of the viewers don't know a lot about Shinobi, but definitely they're making you guys know this team. All right. They're showing something for us. And this is not what we expected. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't even think this game was gonna be this close. I'm not even gonna lie.
Same way. I didn't think it would be this close either. You know, Shinobi's putting up a good fight right now. They're working really well. They're working together, and that's why I see like 3-man rotation, and then they know when to go in and when to go out. They're playing a good game right now against BTK.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very surprised. This is something good, guys. We don't want it to be a one-sided match, so it's nice to see something. It's nice to see BTK actually struggling here. But then again, like I said earlier, late game, BTK's heroes scale better in the later stages of the game. So Shinobi, if you guys want to win this, you better start doing objectives after objectives and try to stop going for kills. Focus on towers and push, because BTK is really good at holding their ground and defending and getting to late game and make their hero scale well. That's their win condition for BTK. Get to late game and win from there. All right. This Barretts is gonna be hard to kill for late game, but Lilia falls off super hard. Brody falls off pretty hard, and Chu falls off a little bit at the later stage of the game. But so far, this Natalia pick has also surprised me, because I don't see a lot of NA players actually play this Nat pick. All right. Until now at least. It's more popular in MPLPH, where they use Natalia as a support. So it's nice to see something fresh here in NA, using Natalia as a support. I'm sure other teams use Natalia as a support here in NA, but not as often. All right. Look at this. It gives you so much information. Look at the Natalia just making plays all over the place, making Farsa already low for Lilia to just clean up. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade though, 2-for-1 trade so far, and that's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade, I believe. Jesus Christ, it's a 1-for-3 trade. Sorry about that. And Shinobi getting the trades. They won the trade again, and they're gonna get another turtle. So this is their chance to actually push the towers and get more map control and try to snowball even more. BTK really looking shaky right now. This is not looking good so far for BTK. Shinobi is telling BTK, they're knocking right in front of their doors right now. All right. Again, guys, this is a best out of 3. All right. This Natalia is making plays. I'm sure it doesn't show on the score, but from what it looks like, based on what we see, he's making the plays for his teammates, and that is what's important about playing ML especially on a professional level. All right. Your score doesn't mean anything. Giving information, making the plays, getting them low for your teammates to capitalize on it is what matters, and for your teammates to do objectives afterwards when you make these plays. Look at the Lilia. How do you say this? Lilia pressure on the jungle though. But I don't think they secured the blue buff. Yeah, I don't think they secured the blue buff. Yisun Shin ended up getting it with retribution. Yeah, definitely shaky here. I don't know if BTK can bounce back. That's gonna be another tower for BTK.
Another
nice Barretts ulti. He's gonna be stuck into a wall. Nice second skill for Barretts, and that's gonna be another 1-for-0 trade in favor of Shinobi. Jesus Christ, Shinobi showing BTK what is up right now. And look at this zoning from Barretts and Nat. Vision from Nat, and then zoning from Barretts so that this Lilia can push this tower. They could keep going, but I feel like I'm really like wondering where this Brody has been. I feel like they could have been capitalizing even more if this Brody was there to push, to go for objectives. I mean, the Brody got 2 turtles, yeah, sure, but so far he's just been farming from what I noticed.
So let's look at his build. What do you think about his build so far? He built Berserker Fury, and then obviously he's building a defense item than his next item.
All right, so what I think about this is, since he's building more of like a full damage kind of Brody, he's going to be falling off really hard in the later stages of the game. Like I said, if he doesn't build any defensive items here, he's going to be really easy to kill for BTK in the later stage of the game. But it looks like Yisun Shin actually got a kill there for Cho. Not really sure what happened there, but I think he got ganked on the top lane. And after that gank, BTK already knows that they're in an advantage. It's going to be a 4v5 advantage. So they know, with that game sense, they're going to take advantage of it and try to bait out this Lord. It looks like they're resetting this Lord though, and they're backing off. Very nice awareness from Shinobi, and it looks like,
Shinobi might steal this Lord.
Gets reset. Oh, it doesn't get reset. Oh, Exmore going for the ulti, but it doesn't make it. The Lord will be secured by Barrett's. Wow, Shinobi turning the game around. I don't think that was a good idea for BTK. They tried to bait it out, but Shinobi was there to actually get the Lord before it even resets. And Brody bursted that Lord so fast with Berserker's Fury and Raptor Machete. Holy, oh my God. A free Lord given to Shinobi. That is not something that you would see from BTK. They are definitely looking shaky right now. This is not the BTK that I know, at least, all right? That I know. But Shinobi really surprising me right now. I am very hyped for this game because I didn't think this team, I'm going to be honest, I didn't think Shinobi was going to step up like this. Jesus.
Shinobi, they
Wow.
shocked me too, but they're putting up a good fight. Like I said, we have the 16 best teams in NA, and you know what? You know, any team could surprise you today.
Yeah, man. Jesus. That's all the objectives going to Shinobi. Look at BTK. No towers, right? No lords, no turtles. All the objectives being taken by Shinobi. True gets picked off here on the top lane though, and it looks like it's gonna be a 3-man siege here on the bot lane with the Lord. But meanwhile, Lilia is gonna be pushing this mid lane, so they get the one of the second tier towers here. I'm pretty sure BTK should be able to defend this, so not bad. It was a level 1 Lord though, so it's not as effective as you would get on a 12-minute Lord. So luckily for BTK, it was an easy defense. But Shinobi ended up getting a inhibitor tower on the bot lane side of the map, so that is going to be good. Super minions will spawn there. They don't have to push as much on that bot side of the map, and BTK just needs to keep looking for a backdoor in case, like for example, Natalia, right? Very scary. If he goes invisible, tries to backdoor, and then BTK goes for a team fight on the turtle side of the map, it's going to be a big trouble for them if this Natalia ends up split pushing.
We can see another pick here top lane. And can they pop up the immortality? And yes, they did.
Wow, there's the immortality right there. Natalia and Brody very, very low, so they have to back off a little bit. Lilia, though, he's kind of just poking with second skill. Farsa's doing good wave clearing right now with her ulti, so that's gonna be the one hard part for Shinobi, I would guess. Is with the Farsa. It's kind of like a Chang'e, right, Pika? When you ulti with Farsa, it's pretty easy to wave clear. Like same with Chang'e ulti. When a wave is pushing in, Chang'e could just ulti, and then that's an easy wave clear.
Yeah, it's an easy wave clear. That's why BTK was easily defending Lloyd really well, because they have a Farsa. As long as Farsa's alive, it's gonna be really hard to push.
Yeah, this is very, very unexpected. 0 turrets. Did you Pika? Did you expect a 0 turrets?
No,
BTK
I did not expect this at all.
versus
I
Shinobi.
expect BTK to come in, but you know what? Shinobi come and play today, and that's why I like to see.
Yeah, definitely 12 minutes, no towers whatsoever. But then again, guys, it is not over yet. One team fight is all BTK needs to turn this game around. Shinobi, they're ahead of 6,000 gold, but all they need is just one mistake, and then they could capitalize on that mistake. So if I'm Shinobi, they better play it safe. Well, not necessarily safe, but smart. Yeah, smart more than safe. All right. They don't want to take the game too late, because like I've been saying this whole game, if they take the game too late, they will scale with their with BTK's heroes, and Lilia's not gonna be as effective. And there, it looks like there's gonna be a pause for it right here. Technical
so hold on,
difficulty.
guys. I'll be back. I'm gonna figure out what happened. Just give me a sec.
All right, guys. While we're waiting, Pikachu is gonna be looking at what the problem is. A team is actually asking for a pause right here. It might be a internet issue, lag maybe. Not really quite sure, but we'll hear from Pika in a little bit. All right, so about what happened here. Man, it's a good game. I wish it could have kept going, but the momentum, man. The momentum might change here with this pause. Yeah, it's a pause, guys. So I'm not sure why. All right, guys. So we are back in the game. Pika, can you show me your screen for a second? So I know it on real time. All right, so we're back in the game, guys. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. Someone requested for a pause, but Luckily, it didn't take that long for us to get back. So I'm not sure why they paused, but hopefully Pika has the information right there. Okay, so let's just keep going. Chu is going to be split pushing this top lane. The second tier tower for top lane and mid lane are still up here. So Barrett's, though, putting a little bit of pressure in the front line. Kufra trying to... Oh, he actually has vision that the Shinobi is doing the Lord. This is going to be risky. It's going to be a 50-50. Xborg actually stealing this Lord with the ulti. Cardi making the plays. And this is what I mean when I said all they needed is one good play to change the tide of the game. But it looks like Nova Zane is actually going to get picked off here. And Chu, 1 HP. He needs to run away. Lapu Lapu going to chase this Chu right here. The regen coming in. He needs to shun Po out. He flickers out. Oh, he's in big trouble. Can Lapu Lapu secure this kill? And he ends up getting away with the dashes. Natalia's in the back line, though. And look at this. They're very, very low. Farsa's almost dead. Natalia's going to die with 10% HP. And Farsa's going to be able to get away. The Lord gets secured by BTK. Wow. Jesus. What a game so far. So that is one big game-changing play right there for BTK. Hardy making a play with the Xborg ulti, okay? Xborg ulti right there. That was a very 50-50 play for Shinobi. I am not a big fan of it. Actually, let me be honest with you, all right? When you guys are doing Lord, you don't ever want to go for a 50-50. And it looks like Brody, like I said, he's going to fall off. Ulti again from Cardi. Cardi making the plays all over the place. Oh my god, this Xborg is going insane right now. Wow. Jesus, that's 2 plays in a row for Cardi. 2 Xborg, 2 signatures Xborg ulti right there for BTK. And because of that, no core for Shinobi. This is gonna force Shinobi to kind of go defensive right now. They really need to play safe. They cannot get picked off one by one. If they keep doing this, they will end up losing the game. This is not good. Wow, Jesus. And this looks like this Natalia is in big trouble. Cardi is 10% HP, but it doesn't even matter. He has immortality. So even if he does get killed by Nat here, he will live, but Natalia finally gets taken down. So now it looks like the tide of the game has been changed. BTK has most of the map pressure here. We see Kufra actually giving a lot of vision in this side of the map, on the left side of the map. Barretts needs to face check, but he might get bursted out here. Yisun Shin finally has his item, and like I said, he gets bursted by the far side and the Yisun Shin. Yisun Shin gets away with 10% HP. The Chu's looking for an assassination here. He is camping on a bush here on the right side. Let's see if this Chu can make a play. Kufra, though, he's looking for a jump, but nobody nearby. Nice face check from Shark right there. Wow. The plays, the tide of the game just changed just like that after the Lord steal with 2 Cardi plays. Chu trying to wave clear, but it's not enough. Look at the Farsa zoning ulti when sieging this tower. Very nice zoning ulti from Farsa, from Hui. But look at this. Lilia doing a pretty good job defending this top lane and mid lane with a second skill. Again, Natalia having a tough time going invisible. Now that BTK has the map pressure, it's going to be really hard for Natalia to actually go invisible and make some plays now. All right? All the lanes are now in favor of BTK, just like that, all right? So if you look at the tower stats, right? 6 towers for Shinobi, 6 towers for BTK. They caught up right now. The gold lead is now taken by BTK. They are now ahead by 1,000 gold. And as for the Lord, Shinobi got 1 Lord and BTK got the 2nd level Lord, so they benefited more on that 12-minute Lord, all right? I didn't expect this game to get to late game, but like I said, right? All my predictions or analysis has been correct so far. If Shinobi ends up getting this to late game, which it is late game, it's about to be 18 minutes into the game, they will end up getting outscaled. And we see that right here with BTK's draft. Shinobi should have played smarter instead of doing a 50-50 Lord, in my opinion. But it looks like Chu might get picked off here, getting bursted by Mobile Zane. That's going to be a pick off again for BTK. It looks like Xborg's going to ulti to zone it out. Barretts is getting bullied right here by this Xborg, and this is not looking good. BTK making the plays. This might be another kill. That is going to be a 3-4-0 trade in favor of BTK. Oh my god, this is where Shinobi just kind of fell off. 4-4-0 trade. Lilia is going to be the only one left alive for Shinobi. Can he defend this game? Let's see if Shinobi can actually live for a little bit for his teammates to actually survive and respawn. But it's looking very slim right now. Xborg still has immortality, so he has a lot of pressure. He's not scared to ulti in, and BTK turning the game around just like that. Wow. Wow. Pika, what can you say about that game? Jesus. Holy hi. I don't honestly. I don't know what just happened. Pika, I don't know if you're talking, but I think your mic might be muted. What an insane game. Seriously. I thought Shinobi had it. Honestly. I thought Shinobi had it. Let's look at the build here before we go. We see Kufra with Athena's shield, Immortality Curse helmet. Alright, that is a pretty balanced build with Queen's Wings. We see Yisun Shin right here with Hunter Strike. That is something new. Wait, that's Lapu Lapu. That's not Yisun Shin. Damn it, he looks like Yisun Shin. That's Lapu Lapu. Sorry about that. Lapu Lapu with Hunter Strike, Bloodless Axe, and Endless Battle with Brute Force Breastplate. So that is, I might try that build out myself. Farsa, Clock of Destiny, and look at the damage. It didn't look like MOBA Zane was making a lot of plays around the map, but 30% damage for MOBA Zane and 34% tower damage for MOBA Zane as well. But I would say the real MVP of this game is definitely Cardi making the plays. Cardi, 2 significant plays. One is when he stole the Lord with the Xborg ulti, and another one where he actually picked off solo Brody. When Brody was soloing at bot lane, Cardi just picked him off by himself with no help. There. Wow. Very surprising right here. Let's look at the other side's build. Natalia actually went a little bit tanky here. Heptases, he didn't go, I'm surprised Natalia didn't go for Endless Battle. He just went Heptases and that's nothing else. Early game, it was doing good, but towards mid game, late game, it just kind of fell off. Brody just kind of farmed. Barrett's was doing okay, holding on to lanes. Lilia was putting pressure in the jungle. And Cho was doing good in split pushing, but then again, the scaling, man. Scaling is very important when you're drafting in this game. Cardi, definitely the MVP of this game. So, very well played. So, let's see what happens, guys. We're setting up for the next game. Give us 1 second. All right. Here we go. Give me 1 second. This is going to be a best out of 3, guys. This is going to be a best out of 3. So first to 2 wins will take the series. Now, give me a second, Pika. I'll get into the lobby in a second. There you go. Alright, guys. So hopefully we can get the second game started. In a second. Both teams are ready since they played the last game, obviously. So hopefully we can get this started soon as possible and get to the draft. We need game sound. Is there no game sound? I don't think so, guys. The pauses depends if the teams are getting delay or someone like that or something like that. I don't think the pause had to do anything with it because that is still up to Shinobi's decision making. Yeah, what's up? Yo, I can hear you now. There we go. We can finally hear Pika. We can finally hear Pika.
careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be.
Your team is banning.
And here we go, guys, with the second match.
Your team is banning.
All right, guys, we are back with the second match. Welcome back. So the first game was taken by BTK with an epic comeback right there. Wow. I mean, Shinobi was showing us something good, but like I said, they just got outscaled. What do you think about that first game, Pika? I'm not sure if the stream could hear you now, but from what I see in the chat, they couldn't hear you earlier.
team
Let's
is
do a mic
banning.
check real quick.
Can you guys see
before
me?
we
Hello,
start.
hello, hello. Anyone there? Hello.
Mic check, guys. Mic check. Hopefully Pika's back.
Your
Oh, there you go,
team is
Pika's
Yeah, I think I'm
Very
back. I'm
good.
like, all right. So,
There we go.
so yeah, the first game, you know, Shinobi had the early game, they had the mid game, and what I didn't see from BTK is them playing aggressive early. That's why they were losing and they were down early. But then they were able to pick things back up and work together as a team. Where Shinobi started farming too much. As you can see, Brody, who is their jungler, started farming instead of focusing on objectives, and that's what happened, because then they let BTK have pickoffs and get kills, and that's what Shinobi needs to fix if they really want to end games early. I feel like they need to group up more and focus more on objectives.
I see. So where do you think the Shinobi fell off on that last match? Because there was a turning point in that match of the game.
Your
You know,
team
where
is
do you think it
banning.
happened?
So I felt when that happened, when they were contest that Lord, when
Yeah, definitely.
when
Cardi
BTK
with the big plays.
yeah, Cardi
I
made a
guess.
beautiful play with his export with the ult, and you know what?
Yeah,
Big time players make big plays, and that's what you expect from Cardi.
that's right. That's right. All right, but let's go on to the second match, guys. Looks like the bans are here. BTK actually banning Natalia here. What do you think about the Natalia
Your team
last
is
game,
banning.
Pika? Because it was doing good in the early stage of the game, and then towards mid game and late game, it kind of fell off. But BTK still ended up banning it here, so it might have annoyed them a little bit.
So Natalia gives a lot of vision. In case you guys didn't know, it's hard to get vision on Natalia, to even know where she is, because she could be real sneaky. That's why she's an assassin. So I feel like Natalia is a good ban, since Natalia was focusing on Zane the whole entire match in Farsa. Where if there's no Natalia and no assassins to focus on Zane, then Zane can free farm and focus more on fights.
All right, so let's be transparent with the viewers here. A lot of people are asking, why was the game paused last game? Is it like lag issues, internet issues with BTK, or who asked for the pause, by the way?
So one of them disconnected, and my rules are, if there's an issue or
Your team
there's only time
picking.
you could pause when there's like a disconnect, and someone disconnected, so that's why I allowed the pause. And then, but it's fixed now. They reconnected it, and it's fine.
I see. So it only took like a minute for it to get resolved. So that's pretty good. But let's talk about the draft here for this second match. Hopefully Shinobi can bounce back after that upsetting loss that they honestly had that. Honestly, they had that.
They had that game. They had them on their toes, but you know what?
Smarter. Never go for a 50-50. Rule of thumb: never go for a 50-50, Lord, guys. All right, this is what. Well, I've already discussed this with professional teams, professional coaches. Never try to go for a 50-50 Lord. Always try to bait it out. All right, and then kill the enemy team when they try to
Your team is
contest for it,
picking.
or zone them out at least. But there was no zoning that happened, and they just went for a 50-50, ending up for Cardi to just last hit. All right, so looking at the ban, Barrett's is banned, Natalia is banned, and Brody's banned. So definitely three heroes that we saw last game from Shinobi, all getting banned. And for Shinobi side, they banned Esmeralda. That is something they banned last time as well. They banned Khalid and Yu Zhang. All right, so those three heroes were also banned last game. But this is very surprising for me. Baxia first pick, because usually you don't really first pick Baxia. Baxia is more of like how do you say this? Situational tank, since he's mostly used to counter like Esmeralda or any high sustain heroes like Damu, X-Borg, Alice.
Your
I'm not
team
sure why
is
they pick
picking.
Alice into a Boxia, but all right. Maybe they're not scared of into a Boxia. So I mean, guys, these teams don't have coaches, right? These teams don't have coaches, so obviously the draft is being done by the players themselves. They're most likely drafting based on their comfort picks. Yes, Natalia is very very strong, but it's not
Barca.
something good to pick specifically, especially when the enemy team already showed you Abaxia. All right, that's not something that you want to do. You're kind of just giving yourself a hard time and countering yourself. But Alice and Jawhead here. Now, I'm not sure if this Jawhead is going to be a tank or an
Roger.
offlane, because here in NA,
Your team
they like
is
doing
picking.
Jawhead offlane, whereas in C, MPL, they like using Jawhead as a tank for pressure in the early stage of the game, throwing the buff back and forth so it resets, and the core cannot farm the jungle. So that's why Jawhead is such a good tank in the MPL meta. But from what it looks like here for BTK, they're actually gonna pick the Farsa again. The Farsa did really good last game. He was one of the big reasons why BTK lasted so long in the later stage of the game because of Farsa's wave clear, right? So yeah, that's one big impact right there for Hui. Not a lot of people notice the impact of Farsa last game, but from an analysis standpoint, from an analyst standpoint,
team
you
is
will
banning.
definitely you have to salute what we did last game, right? And we see Moba Zane actually picking this Roger. Now, Roger actually got nerfed, but I would say Roger is
I
still
still think
very
he's strong. I think he's still
Yeah,
valid.
yeah, definitely still valid. He is a little bit less tanky compared to before. His passive is got nerfed, but he's still very strong. The burst is still there. The wave clear is still there, and the cleanup potential is still very, very good. And we already know Zane's Roger is pretty insane, so it's something to look out for. Don't let this Roger go online. If I'm Shinobi, you want to shut down this Roger as soon as possible. All right. And it looks like Shinobi Kari. All right, so this could be a mid-core Kari or an off-lane gold lane Kari. We don't know. Where do you think this
Your
Kari is gonna
team
go,
is
Pika?
banning.
Oh, okay. Pika's not here, so Hilda's back at it again. Okay, Hilda's gonna be banned right here for Shinobi.
Your
Kufra is gonna
team
be
is
banned as
banning.
well. So Pika's actually more focused on the back end of the things, for teams, for negotiations and stuff like that. So I'll try to cast myself and just ask Pika questions
hello?
here and there. All right, I'll just ask Pika questions.
My
here and
bad,
there.
my bad. I was trying to fix a
That's what I'm saying.
situation that's happening
Yeah.
in the backseat.
So, yep. I'll be taking care of this. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Pika's handling the back
Bless.
end, guys.
Appreciate
So,
it. I have
I'll be-
Paulo right here by my side.
I'll be handling the front end, all the casting. It's all good. I'm used to this.
All right.
But the Kufa is gonna get banned right there.
Your team
Uranus.
is
That is
banned.
actually something that surprising to me. It did not get picked, and that is I surprised myself too. How could I forget about Uranus? Uranus is actually still really really good. One of the most prioritized heroes in MPL. Still, all right. They first picked this hero. So if I was like BTK, I would have picked Uranus if
Your
I was like a
team is
professional team.
picking.
But they picked Boxer, which is it's not a bad pick. But yeah, the prioritization of heroes here are definitely different in NA. But good pick either way. All right. So Hilda's banned, Uranus is banned, and for that last ban, it's a Sicilian. Wow.
What do you
All
think
we
about
don't see
that
much
ban?
Sicilian bans. Yeah, that is something new. Maybe they have a Sicilian player on the on Shinobi side, but it looks
Your
like
team
Chang'e
is
is gonna
picking.
get locked in here. All right. It is a very weird draft that we're seeing so far from Shinobi right now. All right. So if I'm gonna predict where the laning phase is gonna go, Alice most likely off lane. Jawhead, from what it looks like, might go off lane or tank. This Chang'e, actually, guys, Chang'e could also go off lane as well. If you didn't know, and Chang'e is really good as an off laner against melee heroes like Yu Zhong. Right? You could just poke with your second skill, your
team
auto
is
attack,
picking.
and they will get bullied over and over again. All you need to do is position yourself well, keep your distance, and keep poking and harassing with Chang'e. So Chang'e is also a possibility here for an off lane for Shinobi side, and they can make Jawhead be used as a tank instead of an off laner. Right? So that's another option right there. Whereas Kari most likely will be a core from what it's looking like right now, based on the draft. All right. Now, looking at BTK's draft, we have Lapu Lapu here and Cho. All right. Let's see. If I'm gonna predict where the lanes are gonna go, obviously the Boxia is gonna go mid lane tank. Farsa is gonna go mid lane support. Core Roger, and offlane Cho, and Yisun Shin. We all know that one of Cardi's signature hero is this Cho. So let's see where this what he can do. If he can make plays again with this Cho. He's actually known for his Cho back in season. I forgot what season. It's been a long
It's been
time.
a long time since Cardi's
I'm
been
pretty
around,
sure he was
but
Global Cho from what I remember. Yeah, he was top Global Cho. But it's a Franco pick. Jesus. What do you think about this Franco pick, Pika?
I don't know what Ninja's plan is this game, but I expect them to play aggressive, because if you don't play aggressive against BTK, then you're gonna lose the edge, and then they're gonna take over and win the game early. So if this Franco does not play aggressive with Zane's buffs, then this could be a GG for Shinobi.
I see. All right, so this Franco pick, guys, we don't see this in FPL, but let's see if it works here in NA.
We're about to see.
Yeah, Franco, hopefully, I mean, Franco is actually not a bad pick. The reason why Franco is not usually picked in the professional scene, guys, is he doesn't offer enough pressure in the early stage of the game, and it's super hook dependent. You don't know if you have a good day with your hooks. You don't know if you're gonna be wolf exotic in your today's game, right? If you don't know if you're gonna make plays with your hooks. It's very hook dependent, and considering that BTK is so mechanically gifted, they're all mechanically talented. They could simply just sidestep and just bait out the hooks. So let's see if this Franco could make an impact here. For Shinobi, and the laning phase looks like BTK. Look at BTK's rotation, the laning phase for BTK. Baxia doing the red, fast red alone, so that Roger could actually last with this.
Franco misses hook.
Oh, Franco actually missing the hook, not resetting the red buff, and that is what I am talking about when I say that Franco is a hook-dependent hero. Very risky to pick. It is actually not a bad pick. It just really depends on how you execute the Franco pick. All right, a lot of people are underestimating Franco. It's not a bad pick, but most of the time Franco is used as a secondary tank instead of the solid tank. Because in the later stage of the game, Franco is not going to be able to face check for you. He's not going to be able to front for you. He is way too squishy. All right, way too squishy. But it looks like Roger's gonna take the blue buff here. A lot of pressure from Shinobi trying to invade here, but Roger doesn't care. He doesn't have a lot of mana. Franco getting a hook on this Roger. Roger getting harassed to 25% health, but Baxia is gonna be here to help. This blue buff almost getting reset, and it does reset. Baxia pushed the blue buff outside of the respawn of the blue buff, so it resets all the way back to 100 HP, but it doesn't matter. Roger's still gonna end up securing that. Franco missing another hook on this Chu, and again, we're gonna see the KOF Chu from Cardi here, his signature, one of his signature heroes. So let's see if he can actually make a play here on a 1v2 standpoint. And it looks like Shinobi, they're actually doing two people in the gold lane. Oh, I don't know what it look. I'm really confused with Shinobi's laning phase because they've been all over the place. It's very messy. It's not methodical. But from what it looks like, they're trying to give Roger a hard time in farming right now. But they've been failing so far, right? Roger has been getting what he needed. He got the red buff, got the blue buff. He also got the gold crab on the top lane. So no problems for Roger so far. He got harassed a little bit in the blue buff, but he still secured it. So that's the important part for BTK. Moba Zane needs to go online, and you know, hopefully this Roger will just clean up every single team fight. We see Franco and Chang'e here trying to give vision, and trying to Franco's actually looking for hook, and it looks like it's a similar rotation from last game for BTK, where they're actually gonna overload an off lane, one side lane, and take advantage of that shield. Like I said, look at this. Again, same rotation from BTK. The only difference was BTK, they had Baxia starting the red buff first, and it looks like Shinobi's doing the same thing. They're trading the shield, the gold shield for extra gold. Nice hook from Franco, but he doesn't have ulti yet. He's only level 3. I thought he was level 4. If Franco was level 4, that was an easy kill for Franco. Nice try though, almost getting Cardi with the Chu, but he's gonna be able to recall and actually go back into lane. Franco missing the hook on this Baxia, and that is gonna be a double buff. Double blue buff for BTK side. Barca's gonna get that blue buff right there for Shinobi side. And look at this, Turtle already being done by Roger. Objective-minded so far for BTK, and this is what I like to see from BTK so far.
BTK with the steal.
Oh my god, Turtle has been slain by Roger. Looks like Alice is trying to change the tide of the game, but it doesn't matter. The Roger's online. Lapu Lapu getting a double kill actually, and that is gonna be a triple kill for Lapu Lapu. Oh my god, I don't know how to play the revamp Lapu Lapu. I wish I could have seen more action in that. Oh my, yeah, so I don't know how Lapu Lapu actually works with the current revamp. I know the old Lapu Lapu, but not the current Lapu Lapu. But from what it looks like, this Lapu Lapu is definitely a viable option in the off lane right now. That might be something new that you'll see in the MPL Invitational that the C meta could take, alright? So that's what's good about here in the NA meta. They're not scared to actually try out other heroes. And it looks like Powerless with this Lapu Lapu. Triple kill in 4 minutes. Very, very impressive. Yeah, very, very good so far. Franco missing another hook. So far, Franco has only one significant hook so far with the Chu, and they ended up not getting the kill actually. So he still hasn't made a good play to make an impact for this game. It looks like Jawhead trying to gank this Chu, but Chu's gonna be able to run away with the Shunpo. And Jawhead, his ejector is gonna be way too far. Not gonna be able to gank that. But looks like BTK, there's 5 members here on the top side of the map, and they want to dive this. They're not scared. Farsa getting a kill on Franco. Like I said, they don't have a good front line. And look at the Roger going for the cleanup. And look at this. Azer needs to run away. Double kill coming in from Roger. Jawhead is dead as well. Changi needs to back off. He is 10% health, and that is going to be an objective right there taken by BTK. 2 kills for none in favor of BTK, and an extra tower on the top side of the map. BTK finally having, they're in their groove right now. Last game, they kind of went slow. The early game was really, really slow, but now they're in full throttle right now. They're in full throttle, guys. Looks like this Franco wants to kind of hook and ulti this Roger. Normal ulti for Franco right there. It actually got wasted on Roger right there, and I am not sure who got the blue buff. I think Roger might have stolen it. I'm not sure. But looking at the build, item check right now. Lapu Lapu with Bloodless Axe. Another turtle being slain by BTK. 2 objectives so far. Clock of Destiny for Farsa, and looks like Raptor Machete for Roger. Boxio with full tank, and that is it for the item check. Lapu Lapu doing a 1v2 here on top lane. Can he do this though? He is almost level 9. Franco missing another hook. Like I said, BTK, all these players are very mechanically talented, so sidestepping this Franco hook is really, really easy for them, right? Really, really easy for them. Look at Chu. Look at where Chu is. He's trying to go for a pickoff here. He expects someone to rotate on the bot side of the map, but Alice is going to be there to actually wave clear this. Even then, look at this Chu being so patient. This reminds me of Renegade. Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to be more patient, but if you guys know who Renegade is from MPLPH, he's a very patient Cho player that just waits in the bush, waits for the enemy to rotate and get a pick off and make a play from there. But Cardi, just a little bit too impatient right there. Maybe he saw that Franco was too tanky, so he doesn't want to go for that pickoff. Franco missing another hook, and it looks like there's gonna be another brawl here on the top lane. Farsa getting a burst, Roger getting a killing spree, mega kill coming in from Lapu Lapu. This is not looking good for Shinobi. Double kill coming in from Lapu Lapu and Roger, but the shutdown coming in for the freaking Kari, but it doesn't matter. Alice is gonna be the only one left in the side of Shinobi, and that is gonna be more objectives being taken by BTK equals more towers. Boxy actually pushing this mid lane, and look at this, all the resources being taken by BTK, not giving Shinobi any chances of trying to come back here. I feel like the Franco pick is really a big mistake here, guys. He hasn't done any impact at all. He's just been trying to land hooks, but he's only landed one so far that almost got a kill, but so far no impact at all. So this is why in any MPL Indo, MPL PH, nothing. You're not gonna see any Francos, right? Because it's too risky, guys. It's just so hook dependent, and if you don't land those hooks, it is just Franco just becomes useless. Just another body in the map for vision, maybe. Now, the turtle is up, so most likely Roger will actually try to go for this, or they might go for the red buff first, but they see this Alice is overextended. Alice is gonna ulti for sustain, but too much burst coming in from BTK. Farsa's way too fed, Roger's way too fed. Like I said, if Roger goes online, this is gonna be GG well played, and that's what it's looking like right now. Yep, here we go. Boxia going for the turtle here. I'm surprised they're not going for turtle.
I think they're gonna wait for Lord.
I see they want
Lord
to spawn first. But actually, they could have done the turtle because the Lord doesn't spawn until 9 minutes. They could do the turtle in like a matter of 15 seconds. So this is something that I see that teams should improve on in NA. They need to know their timings, guys. Look, it's still a turtle. They don't know the timings for turtle and Lord. That could have been another objective right there and global gold for BTK, but they didn't take it. The Lord spawns at around 9 minutes, and it's not even close to 9 minutes. When they could have done the turtle, it was still 8 minutes. So like these types of little small details NA needs to improve on that for them to be, you know, MPL compatible if they want to compete against, you know, the top teams on C right now. All right, so since the C teams, I would say they're very, very methodical. Instead of team fights, they're more into objectives. Like you'll see a lot of low killing games in MPLC, but here in NA they like brawling and they like team fights. But the Lord is spawned now at 9 minutes, like I said. Definitely could have done the turtle earlier, but it's all right. BTK is still winning either way, but that is a small detail that probably they could watch their VOD or replay and improve on. Here we go. The Lord is up. It is the level 1 Lord though, guys. So even if BTK does take this, there is a high chance that Shinobi will be able to actually defend this, because it is the level 1 Lord. It doesn't charge into the tower. The level 2 Lord spawns at 12 minutes. Alright, so keep that in mind. Okay? Here we go. The Lord has been slain by Roger. It looks like Shinobi is really late into the action. Yeah, very, very late from Shinobi right there. The Lord was taken by BTK already, but they still kind of forced it still. They kind of still overextended, forcing the for one of their teammates to get killed. Looks like the Farsa is gonna go for a zoning ulti. Franco tried to hook the Farsa while he was ulting, but like I said, these guys know how to sidestep, and this Franco is very, very predictable right now. They know exactly where Franco's gonna hook, and look at this, watch. Franco right now not hitting anything. They know exactly where he's gonna hook, and this is what I mean by mechanically gifted, and that's what I believe in NA players. All right, this is the difference between NA players and C players. For C players, they are more team oriented, all right, but for NA players, they kind of carry the game with their mechanics alone. Okay, so that's what I like about NA players. That's why I always think, oh, NA players have the potential to actually compete in MPL, because they have the talent for it, guys. They just don't have the guide and coaching for it. But look at this, BTK pushing finally with the Lord, level 1 Lord. Really easy to burst here for Shinobi. That Lord is pretty squishy so far, since it's level 1, but it's just gonna take 1 minute for this level 2 Lord to spawn, and BTK, they can bait it out, get this last second tier tower at mid, and hopefully end the game. Shinobi looking like it's very slim for them to win here. They are banking on Kari for the late game, but I don't think it's enough. If BTK can end this game like in a couple of minutes, I don't think Kari... Oh my god, look at that damage from Farsa. One ulti just takes half of everybody's health. Jesus Christ, what is that? That is going to be all the inhibitor towers taken down from BTK. Wow. Yeah, so far no hooks. Like, you see? Still one hook so far this whole game from Franco. And that is one big mistake right there from Shinobi. And I don't even think... Oh, actually, there's still one more inhib tower on the bot side of the map. Sorry about that. I thought they already took all the inhibitor towers. Look at the Farsa zoning on the ulti. So scary. He could literally one-shot Chang'e. Two-shot Chang'e. Franco missing another hook. Wow, this is definitely not looking good. A lot of way clear for speaking with the Chang'e and the Alice, but oh my god!
Wow.
Farsa, that damage! Jesus Christ! Franco the hook, but Purify's there, it doesn't even matter. Oh my, I don't even think BTK needs the Lord to finish the game. And they're just waiting for minions to end here. And BTK right now, they're waiting for the Lord to spawn. Oh man, they're so confident that they're gonna take this game. That Farsa getting that solo kill. They're gonna dive into the base. Lapu getting another kill on Kari. This is not looking good for Shinobi. And that might be it. Winter Truncheon going down for Alice, but it doesn't matter. BTK is way too strong. They snowballed way too hard. And that is a victory for BTK.
Wow. What a turnaround. Holy cow. What do you... I did not expect that at all. That's the BTK that I know.
Yeah, that's the BTK that that's what I expected last game, you know? That's what I expected last game. All right, although Cardi got that little chocolate right there, it's all right. He made the plays last game. Doesn't even matter. It's all a team effort at the end of the day. Don't think about... Guys, when you're playing with your squad, do not think about the medals. That doesn't matter. It's all about team effort at the end of the day. Even though Cardi got the bronze, he split push, put some map pressure, and he gave a lot of information to his teammates. That is what is important, all right? But Lapu-Lapu, look at this Lapu-Lapu. I need to start playing Lapu-Lapu. Jesus, what do you think about the new Lapu?
So the new Lapu, I actually like the new Lapu a lot. He does a lot of damage, and then also his ult gives him damage reduction for every skill he hits. So I think he's really good, and he's really tanky this meta.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I see.
also
I see.
talking about
Definitely-
Carly, they play really
Uh-huh.
well as a team. So then, yeah, it doesn't even matter if you get MVP, gold, or bronze, silver. In the end, all that matters is that you guys won as a team, and then that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, that definitely. So I think people with squads themselves need to kind of take that into account. Don't laugh at your teammates when they get bronze, because in professional play especially, they don't care. All they care about is the W. Whoever gets the win, that's all that matters. And again, look at this Farsa. 4, 0, and 13. 44% damage! Doubled Roger's damage! Oh, Jesus! Farsa did more damage than Lapu Lapu and Roger combined. Huge.
That is wow. That is crazy. That's crazy. What do you
That's
think Shinobi should have done to fix
The
this
Franco-
situation?
Franco
Yeah, I
needs
did
to
not. I did
bro.
not like that Franco pick. You know, Franco did land one hook, but in the end, he, like Paulo said, he is hook dependent. So if he's not making any plays, then your team most likely not making any plays. And then Team Shinobi is also aiming for a late game team. So as you can see, they have Chunga, Carey, and also Franco. Everything about their team is late game. While early game, BTK has it. They have Farsa, they have Roger, they have Lapu. They have all the damage, so they could win every team fight until late game. And that's what they did. They executed early game. They played it the BTK way, and you know what? That was an easy win for them.
Yeah, definitely an easy dub for BTK. May I just ask? Some people are asking for an interview. Will there be an interview here?
Maybe not the first round or the first game, but maybe later on in the semifinals or
Grand
the
finals,
finals. Yes,
semifinals, or grand finals?
there will be
I see, I
interview,
see.
guys, but maybe not the first match of the stream. I don't think so.
Okay. So these first few rounds, guys, on the bracket, there's gonna be no interview. But hopefully for the semifinals and the grand finals, we're gonna see an interview. But yeah, I definitely agree with Pika right here. It's kind of what happened to, if we're looking back at the first game. Shinobi did really good in the early stages of the game, but they didn't snowball enough, and BTK ended up scaling. But for this game, on the second game, BTK actually had the early game team comp this time, while Shinobi had the late game team comp. But the only difference here is BTK actually capitalized on objectives, kills, and the rotation around the map, vision, get all the information that they have to actually snowball and not give Shinobi a chance to even come back. That's why they finished the game in 12 minutes. Kari did not make an impact because he did not have enough items at all. The Franco only had one hook the whole game, and it was on Cho. They didn't even get the kill either way. Alice did okay. He did 30% damage, but it's just not enough, guys. Not enough pressure from Jawhead in the off lane. This is why Jawhead is not usually picked, because if your teammates fail the early stage of the game, off lane Jawhead becomes useless, because late game Jawhead falls off. All right, especially if you're building a full damage Jawhead on the off lane, you're really squishy. You're not gonna be able to make as much plays because you don't have as much vision around the map. So I think that was the game changer here. But congratulations to BTK for moving to the next round. All right. So for the next
hold
match,
up,
that's
hold
gonna
up,
be
guys. So I just talked to one of the members of BTK, and then there is going to be an interview. So just give me a sec while I just move him right in here.
All right. Oh shoot, I don't even know what questions to ask. Let me think of one right now.
But I got.
All right. I don't know if Pikachu has some questions. Guys, if you have any questions for these players, please put it in the comment section, and I'll try to ask them myself. All right. For you guys, I'll pick one.
Hello.
Hello. Yo, what up, Pika?
Congratulations
Yo,
on your first win.
Thank you.
So we have some questions to ask you.
Of course.
So can you please
Go
explain to us?
That
Everyone, no, not the chocolate. We're not talking about the chocolate. Everyone's asking why did BTK pause? Can you please explain to everyone why there was a pause during the game?
Because Zane was on the wrong internet, and if you guys watch his stream, like he has like 2 different internets, and he was on the wrong one at that time. But besides that, I can say the MS wasn't too great, and especially when I was on Chow, as you can see, I got the chocolate even though it wasn't Valentine's Day. Yo, nah.
You know what?
Nah,
You did your job and your team won. So you know what? That's all that matters in the
I'm
end.
not even worried about it. The thing is, like, in the first game, like, BTK, like, my team, there was, like, the attitude wasn't too great. Like, I think some of them were nervous, and I, like, kept encouraging them and stuff. And then, Yeah,
You know,
it was a rough first game. It was a rough first game, and we didn't even warm up today. Like we didn't even play one ranked game today. Like this is our first, first games of the day.
you
So
know what?
everybody just woke up and just like, okay, let's play a tournament, bro.
Yeah. Nah. Yo, Polo. In the BTK chat, I was like, yo, come on, guys, let's warm up. Like at least 2 hours. And then they were all like, nah, it's first round, it's random. I'm like,
That,
alright, whatever.
that is some total disrespect right there, bro.
Listen, yo, Polo. Listen,
Oh
first though,
my.
you saw the first game, my team was shit, alright?
Yeah. But hey, I gotta say though, you made
Yeah.
some game-changing plays. I'm about to say that Lord Steel,
That Lord
and
Steel?
Oh,
Oh,
Brody,
yo,
man.
you already know
yo,
that
bro.
one's
you play.
nice.
That's why I'm okay with getting the bronze after, because I carried first game, right? And then I let them carry me the second game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what a team is all about, picking each other up, and that's exactly
For
what
sure.
that's exactly what BTK did the second game. They pick up Cardi.
So indeed. Nah, yeah, no, bro. 182 in that second game. We lost.
Just remember each match just to clear your clash, after and
yeah,
before.
nah.
If you didn't do it, then that's why you're most likely gonna leg.
It's cool though. It was
But
fun.
congratulations,
games.
Paulo. Do you have any questions for Cardi?
I don't have any specific questions. I was asking the viewers if they had questions, but they didn't put out any good questions at all. So I couldn't pick anything. But yeah, congratulations for moving on to the tournament, bro.
I
Well played.
appreciate it. I appreciate it, Paulo and Pika. Thank you for hosting this tourney, by the way, and thank you for making North America active, making it more.
For sure.
interesting. And I would like to give a shout out to the BTK family. #BTK, #Team Cardi. And we'll see you in the next round.
All right, you guys heard it. BTK Cardi, guys. So next match we have Team Gosu versus Brotherhood. Don't you guys leave, because this is a game that you guys do not want to miss. The game starts at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that starts in 49 minutes. So don't you guys leave. Paulo, any last words before we take our break?
I'm just gonna tell the viewers that you guys need to watch out for this, because you'll never know what would happen. Like, for example, that first game, we thought that BTK was gonna lose, but we don't know what the team against Gosu will do here. They could make them do the same thing. I don't know if this team will actually have a shot for it, but hopefully they give us a good show and entertain you guys for the tournament. But yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for watching so far. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. We're not a pro league, all right? Don't expect like
We're trying our best, guys. We're trying our best to be a pro league, but you know what?
Yeah.
I think we fixed the little mistakes, and we're gonna be better the next match.
Yep. We'll
So-
try to improve our production throughout the as the tournament goes on. Hopefully, not as much technical difficulties on the next few matches. But yeah, thank you guys again for the donators of Pika for making this tournament happen.
Appreciate it.
And hopefully you guys are
Appreciate it, guys.
enjoying it.
Every single
For
one of
Pika
you.
for inviting me. That's what I want to say as well. For Pika to invite me to cast this game, it is definitely an honor to cast this game, because I haven't been in NA for a very long time, but still, he chose me.
Yo,
to
let's
cast this
give
game, so
everyone
very
let's type everyone in the chat. Welcome back, Paulo, because he's back in NA, guys, and let's give him a home welcoming.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you're gonna be able to fix the voice delay, because a lot of people have been complaining about that. Apparently I have a voice delay. I'm not sure if that could be fixed.
I could try to
Hopefully we
fix
could
it. Hopefully we could fix it for the next match, but if not, I'll fix it for tomorrow. But we'll see.
All
We'll see
right.
what I can do.
For sure.
All right, and I'll
right,
see
so-
every single one of you at 7 o'clock.
Late nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious. We love to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was life, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled. It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. How careless we could be. It's too late now, I remember you and me, and how careless we could be. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll
my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? look at people and I wonder all day, who are you and you are not the one in your way. And then I think about myself and I stayed. I'm a pretty boss with almost your brain waste. I'm a freak in the sheets, but I got class. I'ma grab an ass if you want it. Best you ever had, give it to you. Talk about quiet with a big mouth. Listen for the doubt, then call it. Make you out for what you say to me. Look at every single date. If you got what I need, then oh, I'll take you on like a big deal. Legs you can unseal, key in ignition. Just keep me full like I had a meal once in a while. Feel alright. I know you like it, can't fight it. I might let you ride the wave. New York and your LA come together, feel the shock waves.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason, but Like an never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season.
dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. You ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's flow for now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good.
And welcome back, everyone. How's everyone doing? This is the game that everyone's been waiting for. Gosu vs Brotherhood. I want to see in the chat right now, who do you guys think is going to win, Gosu or Brotherhood? Everyone said it's Gosu time. Let's Gosu time. Yo, Paula, can you do it for us? Do it for the stream. Come on.
It's Gosu time.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's get the chat rowdy right here. Let's get it rowdy.
All right, can we get a spam of hashtag Gosu if you think Gosu is gonna win, or hashtag BR if you think Brotherhood is gonna win? Who do you guys think will win in this match? All right, this is a lot of people are looking forward to this, since we rarely see Gosu do 5-man like this. All right, very rare. And plus it's tournament play and it's a 10-ban. This is the first time we're gonna see Gosu do a 10-ban draft. So let's see how they do in this draft, and let's see what new things they will show us. All right, so we're just waiting for one more player here before we start. And I believe the situation for Brotherhood is they got stand-ins. Is that correct, Pika?
So yes, so they're missing some players, so they're trying to get someone else to replace them. So just give me a sec. Let me see if I could figure it out and see what he says.
All right, guys. Since Brotherhood was missing 2 players, and we wanted to give you guys a match and not be a forfeit.
They could be clearing their class right now too. So
yeah, we don't want to say, oh, Gosu has an automatic win, and you guys have been waiting for this. So Pika really wanted to give you guys a match, and we gave Brotherhood the choice to actually have stand-in, right? 2 stand-ins for them, so that the match keeps going, right? So yeah, we're here to entertain you guys and give you guys these intense matches. Hopefully they show us something cool, even though it is not their official lineup for Brotherhood. We want to keep the show going, all right? We want to keep the show going. And a lot of people, I can see the chat already. They're like, General, question mark. General, question mark. Where is General? All right, where is General, Pika?
So General, from what I heard, he's letting his team, his players, his teammates playing this tournament, and also he's also coaching. I think he's just, I'm not sure exactly where he is or he wants to play this tournament, but I just heard that he's letting his teammates play this tournament this time.
I see. So I think General, guys, he is more focused on his content creation, and he will help Gosu in the back end of things. So do not worry, General is still with us. It's not like he left or anything. Besito, all right. A lot of donations there for Pika right there. Thank you guys for the continued donation.
That's going straight to the pool prize. So don't worry, guys.
All right, but here we go. Match number 1 for Gosu versus Brotherhood. We have for Gosu Regrets. That is someone new. All right, one of the new players that I have never met before. Before I went to the Philippines, definitely a new player that Hoon, I
Your
believe,
team is
recruited.
banning.
Of course, we know Hoon, notorious for his mid lane prowess. So Hoon is obviously right there. Hikaru, another offlaner that Hoon recruited. Best player, one of the core, one of the assassin
Your
users that
team
Gosu
is
recruited.
banning.
But I believe he's gonna play more of a mage support role in this current meta, whereas Zultra is gonna be playing this tank role. All right, for Brotherhood side, we have Yatogami, Oh My Zib, Greedy Boo. I can't read that
I
fourth
can't
name,
read
and
that either.
Pogi. Well, I don't know any of these players. I cannot really give you guys an insight. I do apologize. I cannot give you guys an insight. I don't have any knowledge on what they play and what their history is. So I'm not biased. I just don't know anything about them. So that's why.
That's fine. They're
Don't-
E
don't
squad
get-
anyway, so I don't expect you
Alright.
to know them.
Yep, but here we go. Hilda will get banned here. That is a common ban that we see in MPL. Natalia gets
Your
banned as
team
well
is
for
banning.
Gosu's side. Brody gets banned. I am seeing a lot of Brody bans lately, even in solo queue and 5-man rank, since his early game, mid game pressure is super strong with the poke. Pika, what do you think about Brody in this current patch?
I think he needs a nerf. His damage is really strong early and to mid game. Where even when we see Broly in the first game, he only had one attack item, which is Berserker Fury, and then the next two items he built defense item. His damage is really strong, and his ult is immune too, and it has a long range, so it's really hard to pick him off with that long range too. So I think Broly's a good ban here, and you might see a lot of Broly ban in the future tomorrow and Sunday.
I definitely agree with you. This Brody, you might even see it on the MPL Invitational. That will happen somewhere in November, I believe. So this Brody pick is going to be
Your
very
team is
scary
banned.
depending on the patch that we're on. But it looks like Esmeralda is also going to get banned here. That is common. Nothing new so far. Yu Zhong, I noticed that Yu Zhong gets banned a lot here in NA. I mean, even after the nerf, you usually C teams, at least MPL C teams, don't usually prioritize Yu Zhong ban as much as before. But here in NA, all the games that we've seen so far, Yu Zhong has been banned, right? So what do you think, Pika, about Yu Zhong right now in the current patch, especially after his nerf? Do you think he's still good?
I think Yu Zhong is still a really good hero in this meta. Cause his ulti gives him immunity. You can't even like CC him when he's in his ult form, in his dragon form, and also that regen is really strong. I think he could even attack the back lane as well.
Your team is
So that's why I think that he's a really good hero and a really good hero to ban.
I see. So Ling gets banned here, and first pick, Uranus. That is something that we want to see from Gosu. Already drafting very aggressively right here. Uranus, one of the prioritized picks, even in professional play. And here we see a Farsa pick, also a very prioritized pick in professional play. A lot of poke, a lot of pressure, a lot of mobility with the bird. So let's see what Brotherhood... Oi!
Your team
Alice!
is picking.
Alright, Alice!
I like that pick. I think that's a really good pick from both teams so far. Uranus, even with the nerf, I still think he's a really good hero. And Farsa being one of the strongest support heroes in the game. And also Alice side lane is really strong as well.
Oh, what do you think about Alice, by the way? About after the revamp, do you think he was stronger before the revamp or after the revamp?
I think definitely after the revamp made him more durable in team fights. And even with the unlimited ult, that is so OP, especially when you build Enchanted Talisman or even Clock of Destiny. That's like unlimited mana.
Yeah, the wave clear is insane with Alice on the right hands, but still look
Your
at
team
Gosu
is picking.
with the aggressive picks. Barrett's was also open. That is something that Brotherhood did not draft. That they could have drafted. Barrett's wins games, championship Barrett's. This is known in other MPL regions as well, not just here in NA. But it looks like Gosu, they're really tanky so far. Sustain on Uranus, a lot of heals, really tanky. Baxia has damage reduction when he ults. Barrett's has so much resilience, so it's looking really scary for Gosu's draft. All right, but again, Brotherhood, they do have the Kari late game to kind of melt these tanks. All right, so far, who do you think is winning the draft, Pika?
I think definitely Gosu. Both their side lanes are really strong and really tanky. Those are both side lanes going to be really hard to gank or to even get a kill on. And obviously Boxer with his passive counters Alice. I think so far Gosu won this draft so far.
I see. Yeah, I do have to we agree with you. This is gonna be a hard team comp to deal with. So tanky. I mean, the Uranus split push will never end. Barrett's, he also has a choice to split push. Boxia pressure in the front line, early game all the way to late game. So that's what's good about Boxia. With Boxia's second skill, as long as you hit jungle monsters or heroes, you could keep throwing your second skill, and if you don't run out of mana, you could keep throwing it and harassing enemies. So he's good early game all the way to late game because he's so tanky. And also, Boxia is a really good pick against Alice, so very good counter pick for Gosu here. On the other hand, Kari is a very good counter pick against what Gosu has picked so far, just because, you know, Kari's passive just melts tanks. But this really depends if Kari could go online. If this Kari cannot get any farm, does not go online, it's gonna be GG for Brotherhood, hands down. All right. But for the ban here, second phase bans. We see a Khalid ban. That is a common ban right there. I'm surprised not a lot of people prioritize Khalid here in NA server. Kufra will also get banned because Brotherhood, they don't have a tank yet. So very good bans right here for Gosu. While Brotherhood, they banned Roger and Lunox. So focusing more on Hoon's hero pool and best player's hero pool, I guess. Let's see. I don't really know what to expect here for Brotherhood. What are the other tanks that are still viable? Oh, okay, so that is another offlane right there for Brotherhood. An X-Borg pick. And best player, a Selena pick. Jesus Christ, why does it look like Gosu's draft is so stacked? Not to be biased, but it's definitely like a Gosu draft here.
100%. So Gosu's drafting for the early game right now. In their early game, I'm hoping to see them play aggressive. If they don't play aggressive and let carry farm, they could maybe have a hard time, but we'll see what happens. For tank right now, I think either Akai could be good or even Grok maybe.
I see. Yeah, Akai definitely would have to agree with. I haven't seen a Grok in a long time, definitely. But after the buff, I haven't tried him yet. He could be viable again. But Akai for sure. Definitely viable. Tigro could be an option as well. It looks like Brotherhood is definitely having a hard time picking a tank right now because Gosu kind of banned everything. Hilda, Khalid, Kufra. I mean, let's see. Jawhead is still open, but it looks like they're hovering this Hylos. No choice. Hylos is not a bad tank. All right? Hylos is not a bad tank. But I just feel like Boxia is really good against Hylos because, again, Boxia has heal reduction with second skill and ulti. You know, so Boxia is actually really good against Hylos. But since Brotherhood don't have any other options, you know, they kind of had no choice but to pick this Hylos. For the other hand, we have Gosu picking Selena and Yisun Shin. The only thing I'm worried about Gosu here is probably the late game scaling. So if we all know that Selena actually falls off late game, right? So if they don't capitalize on their early game, like Pika said, they will definitely, they still have a chance to lose this game, even though the draft is looking like it's one-sided. So let's not count out Brotherhood just yet, guys. Let's not count it out just yet.
You never know.
Yeah, look at the late game for Brotherhood. Alice late game, Kari late game, and Farsa late game. Jeez, that is gonna hurt, especially if Kari does go online. All right, so make sure to watch out for that. So it's pretty much a ticking bomb for Gosu here if they want to win this game. But look at the Supreme badges. Zoltra #1. I don't know. Is that
Mexico?
USA?
Mexico.
Ooh.
Regrets #2.
Regrets #2. Uranus in is that Canada or US?
That's US.
United States. All right. So here we go. Let's look at the laning phase, guys. Let's see what happens here. I do expect a lot of aggressiveness coming out from best player here with this Selena if they really want to capitalize on this Selena pick. I'm gonna see. Hopefully I see a lot of proxy from Uranus. If you guys don't know what proxy is, it's another word for cutting lanes. All right, cutting lanes ahead of the towers, so that the enemies don't have a chance of pushing that lane at all. All right, he even has a choice to high cut. Like I said, he's proxying already at level 1. He's not scared of this Alice because Alice is very weak early game. So game sense wise, already Gosu taking advantage of the draft that they have. Uranus playing very aggressive, already cutting, and after that, It looks like Kari did secure the blue buff though, so that's good. That's good. Boxio was not able to put a lot of pressure to a point where he was not gonna be able to get the blue buff. But here, Uranus is gonna be back here against Alice, while here at mid lane we see already a red buff for Kari. So, but no blue buff for Yisun Shin yet. Yisun Shin did a fast red, but he's about to get the for his first blue just now. The Selena and Boxio looks like they want to try and get a stun here and make a play, but the Selena stun will not land right there for best player. But I like the rotation here from both teams. You know, they haven't met yet. Nice one from Selena. What's gonna happen here? Nice bite, but it looks like the Selena might be in big trouble. First blood coming from Kari. This is unexpected so far because the early game is supposed to go to Gosu, but so far Brotherhood, we're keeping up with the early stage of the game right now. Boxia is in big trouble. He has to go revitalize, and this is not looking good. 2-4-0 trade in favor of Brotherhood. That is not a good look right now for Gosu. Because again, like me and Pika said, they have the early game. They're supposed to win the early game. Do not let Brotherhood snowball because they cannot outscale Brotherhood in terms of the draft. Selena misses another stun. Farstar flies away, gonna survive. Hylos needs to back off as well. He is 25% health. Meanwhile, Uranus is still bullying this Alice on the bottom lane. So that might be one advantage that Gosu has. The bottom lane right here. We see the gold lead, not too much, but it's still 1,000 gold lead. Uranus is definitely taking advantage of this 1v1 because he knows he wins this matchup. There's no way for Alice to kill the Uranus at all with that matchup. Uranus is so tanky, and Alice does not have enough burst until she gets her items. Alright, meanwhile on the top lane we see a 1v1 against Xborg, ulting the Barretts, almost killing Hikaru with 10% health, and he needs to recall right there and run away. Meanwhile, Boxia and Selena still putting pressure on the enemy jungle. Selena, another missed stun right here. Farsa with a zoning ulti. Very nice zoning ulti from Farsa, and who secures the blue buff? It looks like Boxia actually stole the blue buff, but he's gonna trade his life or that blue buff. Another Kari kill right here. It looks like Brotherhood is snowballing right now. 4-0 so far. Gosu, this is not a good start. They're definitely looking shaky right now. Oh man, they need to make something happen. Turtle, towers, objective, something right now for Gosu if they want to win this game. And look at this. Brotherhood capitalizing on their kills, capitalizing on their pickoffs and outplays, getting this turtle. Another objective for Brotherhood right here. Farsa getting another kill on Zultra. Oh man, holy, what is going on? And that is a 5-0 scoreboard so far in favor of Brotherhood. This is not something we expected. No mana for Alice, and Uranus looking for a dive right here, almost killing the Alice, and that is it. Another, finally Gosu getting their first kill, but Uranus almost getting another kill here on this Farsa. Farsa super low. Barrett and Yisun Shindo pushing this top lane. Oh man, definitely looking shaky for Gosu. Hopefully they can come back from this. Selena definitely needs to make more plays. From what I've noticed here, Selena hasn't hit a stun. Well, he has hit one stun, but that was about it. But it looks like there was a pickoff at top lane, and who died right there? It was actually Xborg that died 1v2 against Barretts and Yisun Shin. So that's already a given. It's a 1v2. It could have been better if Xborg played it safely, but Yisun Shin and Barretts has a lot of diving potential, so they ended up getting that kill. So finally, a scoreboard of 5 kills in favor of Brotherhood and 2 kills for Gosu. Okay, here we go. Finally, it looks like there's going to be a brawl here on the bottom side of the map. Kari, again, still has the blue buff. No problems in jungling at all. He hasn't had any problems with jungling. The Boxia pressure and the Selena pressure is not enough to stop this Kari snowball so far. So this is definitely looking good for Brotherhood. Wow. But this Uranus though, the only good thing that I've been seeing here for Gosu is this Uranus is bullying this Alice. Alright? Again, another easy buff for Kari, and he's just been freely farming, and he got the turtle earlier. So more objectives for Brotherhood so far. Let's see what happens next. What will Gosu do here to change the side of the game? Okay? Because if Kari gets fed, even though they're really tanky, oh, there goes Hikaru with the ulti. Nice flicker into the wall, and there it is. Alice is gonna get picked off. Very nice play from Barretts right there. Nice play. Ulti with the flicker into the wall. super well played. Gosu slowly coming back, but that is going to be a tower trade. A tower for a kill, I would say, but that is going to be another trade right there for Gosu. A tower for a tower, but an extra kill for Gosu's side. Alright, so almost an even amount of trade, and they're slowly catching up here at Gosu, alright? The gold lead is not that much, even though Brotherhood is up and ahead by 2 kills. They both have the same amount of towers, opposite lanes. The turtle's about to be up in a couple of seconds, so that is something that we need to watch out for. Something that's definitely needs some work is probably vision with the Selena and more pressure on this Baxia. Okay, they definitely need more control on the map when it comes to vision. But here we go, Uranus. Look at Uranus still cutting the lane. Doesn't even care. He still knows that Alice still doesn't have her items. So he could really cut this lane. And Brotherhood, in order to counter this, in order for Alice to go online, they need to keep focusing this bot lane so that Alice can actually farm a little bit. But look at this, there's going to be a team fight going on. Fuzz is going to ulti. And Kari's in big trouble. He is out of position, overextended. Selena's going to get a stun on the Alice. This is it. Selena finally making the first play, his first play of the game, high load, 4v1, not enough damage, and that is going to be a 0-for-3 trade in favor of Gosu. Wow, and that is going to definitely change the tide of the game. Xborg going in, this is not good. He does have immortality though. I think he's going to be able to get away, but the blue buff is up for Brotherhood, and this is the chance for Gosu to actually take the resources that Brotherhood has, so they don't give any chance of Kari going into the later stage of the game. Alright, and also let's keep in mind the turtle will be up in 10 seconds. That's also something to look forward to. And let's see who has the team fight. Uranus, I feel like Uranus is definitely carrying this Gosu team. It might seem like, based on his score, it doesn't seem like he's carrying the team, but with his pressure alone, and he baited the Kari to going overextended. Since he baited the Kari to go overextend, he made the play. His team made the play, so that's why Regrets right now playing a really good Uranus game. Killing spree coming in from Yisun Shin. Gosu Hoon finally going online with this Yisun Shin. 3-0-2 for Gosu Hoon. Kari getting picked off again. Not a good positioning for Kari right now. 2 times in a row. Xborg tried ulting, no Faraga armor, gets bursted, he still has immortality. Let's see if he can still survive, but look at this, Alice is gonna try to wave through with the ulti. Xborg does survive with 10% HP and Faraga armor, but look at Gosu with all the pressure behind his first tier tower. Alright, Selena hitting the stun on Xborg, and that's gonna be Faraga armor, but Xborg is gonna be able to dash away. Yisun Shin wants this kill on Xborg, but they got away. Look at the Uranus going for the backline, and Farce is gonna end up dying. Another kill coming in from Yisun Shin. Alice is also gonna die, and that's gonna be another burst for Gosu Hoon. Triple kill coming in for Gosu Hoon. Finally, Gosu coming in alive. They finally woke up. I think they were just warming up. Brotherhood was like, oh man, they were really surprised. Gosu, they're playing really aggressive right now from what we see. And this is going to be a second tier tower for Gosu. 2 second tier towers. Alright, wow. Jesus Christ. What a change of the tide of the game for Gosu. I mean, Brotherhood was doing really good in the early stage of the game. But out of nowhere, just I feel like Kari just went overextended twice in a row. Another second tier tower coming in here for Gosu with Barret split pushing this top lane. And look at this, Gosu, now that they have the map pressure, they have the map advantage, they have the vision. They're taking all the resources that Kari could possibly get. You know, it's gonna be really hard for Kari to come back for this. And that's gonna prevent the snowball that was happening in the early stages of the game. Ah, my goodness. But again, I still think the MVP, the real MVP of this game, definitely Uranus, opening up the map. I tell you, not a lot of people give credit enough to the offlaner, but he's opening up the map. Look at this, 1v4, he's gonna get bursted by Farsa though, but he's gonna run away. The emote is real, but it doesn't matter. 4v1, still gets away. The Lord is being taken by Hoon, taking advantage of the passive back and forth, auto attack and rage. And finally, level 1 Lord gets secured by Gosu. They're definitely showing their superiority here after waking up, after losing early game. I thought they were honestly going to lose early game, but mid-game, late game, Gosu showing up. And this is why there's a lot of fans of Gosu, all right? They appreciate the way they play the game. They looked a little bit shaky in the early stage of the game, but they're showing why they're one of the top teams here in North America. Here, we're gonna see a Barrett try to dive. They're gonna slowly take this inhibitor tower on the top side of the map, but Farce is gonna be there to wave clear this minion wave, so they should be able to defend that. The Lord is going to be pushing this bot lane, so let's see. This is a level 1 Lord, so this should be pretty easy for Brotherhood to actually clear. But look at the Lord doing a decent amount of damage on that tower on the bottom side of the map. It already took that tower to half health. Super minions are already coming in as well on both sides of the map. Selena hitting a stun on Kari. And by the way, Kari doesn't have Purify since it's a mid Kari. So if Kari gets stunned by Selena, it is not a good news for you. Alice though going in with the ulti. I'm not really sure why he's going in like that because they're really behind right now. Almost 10,000 gold ahead for Gosu. So I'm not a big fan of, you know, Brotherhood actually going for fights here. If I was them, honestly, I would just play it safe defensively and try to get to late game. Fighting more will just end up making your teammates just die. And because of that, Alice just died right there. So Alice is not going to be able to farm, not going to be able to itemize. What Gosu needs to do here, guys, if they want to keep this advantage, is to have vision around the map. And I think that's something that they definitely need to work on, especially with the Selena. With this Selena, you always want wards, your first skills around the map, especially on the red buff or blue buff. But from what it looks like, looking at the minimap, there's no wards right now for Selena except for a couple of bushes here at mid. So definitely need more wards for Selena, I would say, if they want to improve their gameplay. All right, and also usually the support and the tank, they usually separate. All right, they usually separate and cover both sides of the map if all the second tier towers are taken. Because if you do end up going together, look at Selena. You see what happens? Since they gave away the vision on that side of the map, Selena ended up getting caught, getting surprised there by Brotherhood. All right, so definitely the vision game is very important when it comes to playing in pro play, guys. Definitely something that we want to see more in NA. The vision game is super important. Uranus is definitely still been pushing here bot lane. Alice though a little overextended, but then again, Selena is not gonna be alive. The Lord will be up in a minute, so that's probably what Gosu wants to do. All they need to do is wait for Lord, play it safe, conquer the vision game. Because if they keep letting Brotherhood capture the vision game, look at Brotherhood. Even though they don't have second tier towers, they're capturing the map little by little because Gosu is letting them. All right, their Brotherhood is moving as a 4-man team, so it's really hard for Baxia to just front line. All right, really hard for Baxia to front line a 4-man team and not die. So he's playing really passive, and because of that, Brotherhood is slowly taking advantage of that by having vision and having a lot of information and looking for pickoffs. But look at this, Alice being overextended here. Gosu getting a pickoff. That is not a good. Alice overextend right there. Why? Because the Lord is about to spawn, and Alice doesn't spawn for a good 30 seconds. All right. So this might be an opportunity for Gosu to get another pickoff and do Lord right afterwards. Hylos being forced to ulti. Hylos lives with 10 HP. But look at this. That is going to be a too greedy play for Gosu. Farsa actually getting a kill on using Shin. So this might be a turnaround for Brotherhood. Kari getting another kill on Baxia. And this might be a chance for Brotherhood to get the Lord. Jesus, it feels like Gosu focused too much on the Hylos there. Greeded a little bit. They almost killed the Hylos, but then again, it was a tank that they thought that they could have burst. Regrets getting ulted by this Farsa. This is the chance for Brotherhood to get this Lord. If they want to take advantage of the 3v5 right now, if they want to make something happen, they need to do this Lord. They cannot wait for the Gosu members to respawn. If they wait for this, man, Gosu is just going to keep snowballing. But let's see what happens here. Who's going to secure this? It's still a 50-50. Lord has been slain by Kari, and that's going to be it. Will they get cleaned up, though? That's going to be a Selena kill right there on the Hylos. And Barrett's also killing the Kari. This is not looking good for Brotherhood. Even though they got the Lord, a bunch of their members are dying even if they got the Lord. Immortality's still up for this X-Borg, but it looks like he's also going to die. Wow, very well played from the Gosu members, realizing that Brotherhood is very low after doing that Lord. They took advantage of that fact, and they went aggressive and killed the members of Brotherhood. Even if they get Lord, it doesn't matter. They want to end the game right now. Farsa clearing the way with ulti. It doesn't matter. GG, well played. That's going to be a dub for Gosu for game number 1.
Victory!
Wow.
Masarap, masarap.
Masarap indeed. Oh, man. I honestly thought that Brotherhood could have had a chance of coming back after Hoon got a little bit too greedy on chasing that Hylos. But then again, very nice work from the offlaners, specifically from Regrets. If I was to give an MVP, I would give it to Regrets. The early game pressure, unmatchable, right? He's the one who opened up the map for Gosu because they were losing early game. Selena wasn't hitting any stuns until mid game, but early game, man, Uranus carried Gosu. All right, same thing. When Brotherhood was doing Lord, Regrets was like, oh, they're super low. Why not? Why don't we go in? Right? He wasted a lot of ulti. He wasted the Farsa ulti, and 4 members of Brotherhood were super low, and Regrets just took over, man. I'm telling you, this Uranus deserved the MVP. All right. But let's look at the items though. What can you say about that game, Pika, by the way?
So Brotherhood played really well in the beginning game. I was hoping Gosu was gonna play a little bit aggressive with Selena and Boxia, but they played it passive and just protect their own buff instead. While Brotherhood, they got picked off way too much. You could expect a Selena ban the next game because Carrie was getting stunned by Selena way too much. And also another thing that Brotherhood was lacking was anti-heal. We don't see an anti-heal build. Oh wait, Farsa has it. But still,
necklace.
But they still tanky like Uranus, Barats, Boxia. So you could maybe see in the next game a Selena ban.
I see. Well, the Selena wasn't effective in the early stages because the stuns weren't hitting, but towards mid-game, best player was actually redeeming himself, right? He was actually hitting some key stuns on the X-Borg, on Kari, and the problem here, I think, main problem here for Brotherhood was they were snowballing early game, and then towards mid-game, for some reason, Kari just kept getting caught, like back to back to back. So that just changed the tide of the game. Their core was dead for like a good 3 minutes because he respawned, then again, respawn, and then he gets over, he's out of position again. That was the biggest problem there for Brotherhood, I would say. Kari was a big factor. I was looking forward for Kari to go snowball, but after getting caught a bunch of times in the mid game, just changed the tide of the game. But anyways, GG well played to both teams. Definitely a close game, not as one-sided as we thought. Give me 1 second and let me refresh my game so I can get into the lobby. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me restart my game so I can get into the lobby. All right, again, just kind of like what we saw with BTK earlier. Little shaky for early game for both the favorite teams, right? For BTK and Gosu, they were shaky early game, but then they redeemed themselves toward the late game. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Let's go.
It shows you're in the lobby.
Yeah, I'm in here. I'm
okay. It's just they're just clearing clash right now, so we just gotta give it a minute.
For sure. Okay. But yeah, guys, the offlaners definitely making a big difference for Gosu right there. They just took advantage. As soon as they got the momentum, they just took advantage of it and just took the towers one by one. And it felt like Brotherhood was just all over the place. They don't know where to rotate. They don't know where to defend because Gosu was overflowing. Like, even if it was mid lane, there's like 5 people in there trying to dive and take this single first tier tower. So the aggressiveness of Gosu really showed in that first match. All right. I would like to see if Gosu was to play Selena again, I definitely would like to capitalize on vision more. I feel like that's something that they really need to work on. Is the vision game. All right. Even with Selena, I feel like they didn't provide as much information as they would. All right, compared to a pro Selena, professional Selena player in the MPL. All right, they need to how do you say this? Emphasize the vision game more. But here we go, game number 2. All right, so spam in chat, guys. Who based on that first game, or I mean, Brotherhood was showing some life. Honestly, it was not a completely one-sided game. They were definitely showing something. All right, so who do you guys think is gonna win on this second match? Can we get a spam on chat? Hashtag BR for Brotherhood or hashtag Gosu for Gosu. All right. We see the first ban here, Barrett's. They don't want to deal with that again. Thank God they learned.
Definitely, he's still a strong hero after that nerf. I would still ban him if I was in Brotherhood position.
Yeah, I would too. I do not like going against Barrett's. Definitely one of the heroes that is on my death note, one of my ban priority heroes. But look at this, Gosu banning that Brody. The first pick will go to Brotherhood this game, by the way. So the draft is gonna change a little bit. Let's see if
Your
they
team
also
is
ban Uranus.
banned.
Like I told you guys, the off lane gave them a problem, right? So this is what. See, they're not worried about no Yisun Shin. Anybody could play Yisun Shin. All he needs to do farm cleanup. But the off lane really gave Brotherhood a problem, and that's why they're banning it right now. The Barretts and the Uranus. Who do you think was the MVP last game, Pika? In your opinion, for Gosu?
In last game, I think Uranus definitely played a huge role. He was pressuring his lane so hard where Alice couldn't do anything and result in a 1-7. Pressuring even one lane could make a huge difference because it puts the team behind. Even when you see when Carry got caught, it was bot lane, and that's Alice lane. So Uranus played a really good last game.
Definitely agree with you right there. So thank God we agree
Your team is
on our
banned.
MVP. Yu Zhong gets banned here. Again, another Yu Zhong ban. Wow, Yu Zhong is definitely a threat here in NA server. We don't see this too often in the MPL. But let's see what else they will ban here for Brotherhood. I feel like they might. They
Your
actually
team is
ban Ling.
banned.
They are very scared of Hoon's Ling right there. He's notorious for his assassins, his mages. So I don't blame them. Shoot, if I was against Hoon, I would ban Ling too. I would ban Ling too.
Lig is still a
honestly.
good hero after that nerf as well. Even when
Definitely.
they increased the duration of his ult, he's still a really good hero with his rotations and damage.
Definitely. All right, so Gosu, let's check out their third ban here. Will they show us another new ban, or will they just I feel like they might ban Selena because they don't want to give the Selena, but we'll see. Just a prediction of mine.
We'll see.
I don't
The
know
bid,
if Brotherhood has any Selena players.
and they banned
Your team
Hilda.
is picking.
All right, so it looks like it's gonna be a Hilda ban. That is actually a very good ban. Hilda is mostly used as a tank right now. A lot of pressure early game, a lot of harass in the early stage of the game, especially if you're using Hilda as a tank. If you use Hilda second skill and then concussive blast, the harass is so strong.
Your
But
team
look at the
is
first pick
picking.
here for Team Brotherhood, the Esmeralda pick for Team Brotherhood. I think it would be a good choice for Gosu to pick Baxia again here. What do you think? What do you think Gosu should pick here, Pika, to counter this Esme?
So the counter the Esbe Boxer is definitely a good pick. Do I think that they need to pick it now? Yes, they do. And also their second pick could also be another Selena pick. They're really aggressive over that early game and early game heroes, so we'll see who they pick.
I see. So it looks like Gosu, they want to play with the C meta, and it looks like, I mean, from what I know, all right? From what I know, NA, they like playing Khalid as an off lane instead of a tank, all right? In most MPLs, they would play Khalid as a tank, but from what it looks like
Your
here, they
team is
might play
picking.
this Khalid as an off lane. It is more popular here in NA to play Khalid as off lane. It's not bad. I think Khalid off lane is still very, very strong. Early game pressure, and then the heal's so annoying, right? But they didn't take the Baxia, so that might be something that Brotherhood should capitalize on, so that Esmeralda doesn't get countered. Well, what do you think? What do you think? Brotherhood should pick here, Pika.
Definitely, Boxer would be a good pick into front line as well. And even though they picked Hylos last game, Hylos did a really good frontlining. So Boxer is one of the tankest heroes in the game, and he could frontline as well. So Boxer would be really good here.
I see. And also, guys, they actually picked the
Your
Kufra
team
and
is
a
picking.
Jawhead off lane. All right. Wow. Okay. I mean,
They're surprised
Jawhead
because
is
we're wrong.
cool. Yeah. Wow. Nobody wants to counter. You know what, guys? The reason why we're emphasizing Baxia is because Baxia actually counters Farsa. When Farsa turns into a bird form, all right? Not a lot of people know this, but you guys should. All right, when Farsa turns into bird form, she's really fast at flying around.
Your team
like,
is
okay,
banning.
now talking about Baxia. Speaking of the devil, here it is. Gosu picking up the Baxia. That's my
Dude.
explanation as to why Brotherhood should have picked Baxia. Baxia is really fast with his rolls, and he's almost as fast as Farsa at bird form. He could actually cancel Farsa's bird form when he gets hit by the roly-poly. I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna call it a rolling ball or rolling wheel. All right. Same with Khalid. Baxia is really good against Khalid. If Khalid was healing and then Baxia ends up hitting Khalid
Your
with the
team
first
is
skill,
banning.
Baxia could cancel that heal and reduce that heal. Okay. So I think Brotherhood could have capitalized on that, but they didn't. So Gosu ended up taking that Baxia. Selena getting banned on Gosu's side. And by the way, thank you guys for all the donations. By the way, yeah, Pika, what can you say about the donations? A lot of donations here, by the way.
Thank you for the donations. Obviously, NA appreciate it. None of it's going to me, so don't worry, guys. It's going straight to the prize pool, and I'm pretty sure whoever the first place, second place, third place winners are, they appreciate it a lot.
All right, so shout out to Ponderama for the $50 donation. Shout out to Ma Vang for the $5 donation, and shout out to Ken Lin for the $5 donation. Thank you guys. You guys are putting this,
Your
you know,
team
all that
is
money into
banning.
the prize pool. Okay, so more money for the winning team at the end of the day. Thank you so much. All right, so looking at going back into the draft, we are on the second phase ban. It looks like Selena got banned here for Gosu, and Yi and Shin got banned here. Since we know they're trying to focus Hoon right now. They don't have a core yet for Gosu. So I think, to be honest with you, if Brotherhood really wants to capitalize on the second phase ban, they should ban Roger. Well, what do you think? What do you think Brotherhood should ban here, Pika, if they want to capitalize on this?
They should ban.
Your team is
Obviously,
banning.
they need another siding in a Hyper. Roger would be a really good ban here because Hoon is also a good Roger player. But Hoon is not just... His hero pool is so big that you can't just focus Hoon. You gotta focus their
Your
team in general.
is picking.
Definitely. And also, to be talking about cores, Brotherhood, they don't have a core yet, so they cannot just ban all the cores because they're gonna run out of cores too. Lancelot is still open. Let's keep that in mind. Hellkurt is still open. Hellkurt could be good here, but I think, to be honest with you,
Paulo, do you
it
think...
might be better for Lancelot might be risky here because of the Kufra. You're not gonna be able to dash around as much, and it's really hard to kill Esmeralda and John with the Lancelot. So Lancelot might be questionable here if Gosu picks it. But I think Hellkurt might be okay. I don't know. What do you think?
Paulo, do you think that Hoon might pull out his Gus or his Harif?
Oh, Harith. I mean, Harith could be a good pick here, but
Your
again,
team
there's a
is
Kufra.
picking.
Usually, I mean, if you're confident enough with your Harith, then sure, go for it. Even if there's a Kufra on the other team, you're not scared. Kind of like the best Fanny players in the world, they're not scared of Kufra. They'll still destroy you, right? So that's what Hoon has. They still haven't picked their core, so we still don't know what Hoon is gonna play. But there is a Bauman here. I'm not sure about that Bauman pick. Usually Bauman is chosen to specifically counter Esmeralda. But in this case, there's no Uranus around for Brotherhood. They still pick Bauman. It's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick at all. But I think it could have been a better pick in the off lane. But
Your
we see here,
team
Roger
is
being
picking.
picked by Brotherhood and Sicilian for the later stages of the game. Okay, so I kind of like Brotherhood's draft here in a way. They have Sicilian for late game, Roger for early game to mid game, Esmeralda for late game, Kufra for mid game to late game, and then Jawhead for the early stages of the game. So it's kind of like a balanced team comp. They're not gonna get outscaled. They're not gonna get bullied too much. You know what I mean? So good draft here for Brotherhood, I would say. All right. Here on the other hand, we have Gosu. Gushin is getting hovered. Hellkurt or Gushin? What
Who
are
do you
we
think
gonna
it's
say?
gonna be?
Oh man. Does he want the Gushin? The Gushin's actually a good pick here in Hellkurt, I would say.
And
But
Gushin, he
it's
does pick,
Gushin.
guys.
Signature
Wow.
Gushin. You're gonna see a Gushin here in this Pika tournament, all right? The P2 tournament. Jesus. All right, we don't see a lot of Gushins, but we all know how good Hoon is with this Gushin. He used to be top global. I'm not sure if he's still top global in this season, but he is very, very well known for his fast hands on Gushin. Let's see if he will show us some moves. All right, Very excited for that. Very excited for that. What do you think about the Gushin pick here, Pika? You think it's a good pick?
I mean, everyone knows Hoon is the best Gushin pick in NA. So I don't think Hoon's scared of Kufra at all. I don't think he's scared of the
he's not
Jawhead
scared.
or Cecilion. I don't think he's scared. That's why he pulled it out. He's gonna show his skills and he's gonna show us what he got.
Yeah, he's definitely making a statement here. Cause guys, playing Gushin against a Kufra and Jawhead is really, really hard. I would tell you this right now, really hard. All right,
Welcome
but
to
Hoon is
Mobile
definitely
Legends.
confident enough to make it work. Let's see what happens here. All right, so if you guys
5 seconds till
are
the
just
enemy
tuning
reaches
in right
the
now,
battlefield.
this is game
Smash
number
them.
2. Brotherhood
Initiate
versus
retreat
Gosu. All right, so Gosu ended up taking game number 1, and hopefully this is the best out of 3. Hopefully we see Brotherhood take it to game number 3 for the best case scenario. Look at the Khalid cutting lane already on the bottom side of the map. Bauman also looking for a cut for a proxy, but Esmeralda was really good at waiting for him. Look at this. Look at this Khalid early game pressure against this Jawhead. I'm surprised this Jawhead is letting Khalid do it bully like that, because Jawhead's early game is also very strong with his rockets. Alright, Hikaru looks like he's about to go to the blue buff and actually harass and bully this. Look at this. And why is Brotherhood all in the jungle? Guys, if you guys have not been keeping track of the patch, the more people that are in the jungle, the more damage reduction these jungle buffs will get. So, if you're the jungler, you want to be solo when you're taking these jungle buffs, not 3 people, because they just make the jungle buff, the blue buff or red buff, a lot tankier. Alright? So that's one thing I think Brotherhood should definitely keep track of, or maybe keep in mind in their future matches if they watch this replay. But we see Jawhead right here doing a 1v1 against this Khalid. Gushin looking for a pickup. Gushin is level 4. Cecilion is only level 2. So he needs to play very passive for Cecilion. Oh no, this is not good for Khalid. But look at the counter gank for Gosu first blood coming in from Roger. But it might be a 1-for-1 trade. Gushin finally getting a kill on Kufra. But Jawhead is going to live with 10% HP. Look at the Roger chasing that Farsa bird form all the way into the 2nd tier tower. But it is not enough. Hoon, he's 10% health. Can Roger clean it up? He is not going to be able to clean it up. Gushin needs to recall and get some help. Look at the Esmeralda and Bauman cutting each other's lane. Oh, I like to see it so far. But Brotherhood, looking at the gold, they are actually a little bit ahead than Gosu in terms of gold. But that is only a 400 gold deficit, alright? So it's not too much, but it's showing something, alright? It just means that Brotherhood is getting more objectives a lot faster than Gosu right now, alright? But it's in a very small amount. We see Gushin looking for a gank here with the Bauman on the top lane. They're just gonna clear this mid lane from what I see. And it looks like Hikaru is really focusing on helping his team rather than focusing the Jawhead on the bot lanes. I'm really surprised this Jawhead hasn't been pushing as much. Because this Khalid, if you notice, he's been roaming this full game. He even went to the blue buff earlier at level 2. But that is another pickoff right there. 4-team Gosu regrets getting a kill with this Bauman. So that is going to be a 1-4-0 trade for Gosu. The turtle is up, so this might be a chance. But, oh, look at the Gushin almost getting killed. Viva RQ in your face. The Esmeralda going for a kill on Gushin. He lives with 10% HP. And that might just cancel Gosu from taking the turtle because Gushin is super, super low. Oh my god. Khalid, wow. You see this Khalid? He's roaming, but yet again, he's still winning that. I'm so surprised. I'm literally mind blown right now. How is Khalid still winning lane when he's the one rotating around the map, mid lane to blue buff? Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. I feel like Jawhead needs to capitalize on Khalid that keeps roaming around the map. If you see Khalid on another lane, hard push that tower so you can benefit from that gold shield. Wow. Alright, but we see Roger here taking the red buff. He already has the blue buff, and Baxi has vision here on the turtle so that they make sure that nobody does it. It looks like Gushin looking for another gank here at top lane. The problem here, guys, is Esmeralda is very, very hard to gun, but look at the Gushin with a burst! Ulti for Esmeralda trying to run away, but too much fast hands for the Gushin right there. Cooper getting a 2-man stun knockup. Oh my god, very nice hit from Cooper. That's gonna be a shutdown coming in from Roger. Gushin is finally dead. And look at this. Regrets. It's 10% HP. He needs to recall. Roger's in big trouble though. He's almost dead, but he needs to recall as well. Dryad doing a 1v1 on the butt side of the map. Khalid, I think, had to flicker away to survive that against the Jawhead. Khalid almost dying with 5% HP. And finally, this is what I kept saying earlier, right? Khalid just kept roaming so much earlier and Jawhead wasn't taking advantage of it. But finally, he played aggressive and took advantage of it. What the? They didn't continue, but Roger still secured the turtle. Alright, I was about to say, I thought they stopped the turtle and they just waited for Gosu to actually respond. But luckily, they ended up securing the turtle with Retribution for Team Brotherhood. So objective-wise, look at Gosu has more kills, but objectively, look at the gold deficit. It's still ahead for Brotherhood. Brotherhood is still ahead of gold by 200 only, even though they're behind on kills. So this is looking good. More objective-minded for Brotherhood here. Gosu is more focused on kills right now. I would want them to focus more on objectives when they're getting their pickoffs. Esmeralda still having a proxy battle on the top lane side of the map. Let's see if anybody could make another play here. But Kufra, big play earlier from Kufra, by the way. Super nice knockup and super nice ulti to kill that Gushin earlier, changing the tide of the game. So big kudos to Kufra set earlier. Play the game. If I have a play of the game in there, that would have been the play of the game in the early stage of the game. Alright, let's see. We see Boxia putting some front lane pressure here on the top side of the map. But look at this, it's going to be a 3v2 here. Cooper going for the knockoff. Esmeralda ulting in. Bauman already ulting, and that's going to be a kill right there for Esmeralda. Double kill. Oh my god, Cooper and Esmeralda both getting a kill right there. 2-for-0 trade in favor of Brotherhood right there. And this should be a free, easy first tier tower for Brotherhood. As long as this Sparsa is not going to be able to wave clear, but very nice defense. Gushin going in, and that's going to be a kill for Gushin, killing that Roger. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade so far in favor of Brotherhood still. But luckily, Gosu ended up defending that tower, not giving Brotherhood the global gold they wanted. All right, so very well played from Farsa by clearing the minion wave, and very well played by Gushin by playing aggressive, knowing that they threw everything on Bauman and Boxia earlier, so they don't have any skills to actually try and kill this Gushin. But look at this, Farsa gets caught again by Kufra. I swear this Kufra is making plays all over the place right now. This Kufra is definitely going to be the MVP of the game if Brotherhood was to win this game. Oh my god, game changing right there. Farsa gets caught by the Kufra. 1v1 happening here. It looks like there's going to be a lane swap here. Bauman is going to end up being on the bot lane now, while Khalid is in the top lane side of the map. But look at this, there's a gank going on here for Gosu. Gushin going for the burst, Purify being wasted by Esmeralda, but it doesn't matter. Gosu still has enough damage to kill that Esmeralda. Alright, so this is why Gushin offlane is actually a thing. If you guys are wondering why sometimes Gushin is being used as an offlaner, alright? The reason why he's being used as an offlaner is because of his burst. Whereas if you're not gonna let Esmeralda or Uranus sustain, because you get bursted. That's why he gets chosen against these type of heroes. That's why he's so good against Uranus, and that's why he's so good against Esmeralda. Alright, but the way Gosu's playing it is they're playing it as core, and they're still taking advantage of the fact that Gushin's burst is way too much for Esmeralda to sustain. And look at that Jawhead getting bursted right away. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far. In favor, nobody in favor. Double kill coming in from Bauman actually in regrets, but let's see what happens here. Roger finally trading something in favor of Brotherhood. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade, even trade, okay? But let's see what happens here. Boxer, this is a really messy team fight so far. Everybody just wants the team fight. Nobody cares about towers, but let's see. Brotherhood pushing this first tier tower. They're actually trying to dive, and finally, they actually did not secure this first tier tower. Almost. It was 1 HP. They still didn't hit it with an auto attack, surprisingly. Wow, what a brawl. Alright, to keep going, thank you for the donation from Jolly. Alright, quick advertisement real quick. Thank you for your donation. Alright, yeah, people are asking, let Pika talk. Oh, Pika's handling things in the back end, so I'm letting him do that, and then I'm doing the casting. So don't be too confused. Alright, when I do have a chance to have Pika available, then I'll ask him some questions. Okay?
Soon.
But so far, Pika, what do you think Brotherhood needs to do here if they want to win this game?
I think they're lacking objectives. They're focusing too much on team fights right now. Even that mid tower was one shot. They could have easily got that tower, but they choose to chase for kills instead of going for fights.
Yeah, I definitely would have to agree with you. That is something that I noticed in NA, especially when I transitioned to C. They were more objective oriented. They don't care about team fights or kills at C, professional player wise. In solo queue, they don't care. It's at C. They still do the same thing here. But in pro scene, you would see like low kill games and more on objectives. And finally, Brotherhood getting this first tier tower here at mid lane, but Bauman ends up getting a kill on this Jawhead on the top side of the map. So another pickup. This Regrets again playing out of his mind, but looks like he's gonna get caught. So that's gonna be a shutdown coming in from Sicilian. All right. So far Regrets has been playing good on the first game. He was the MVP for us. And this second game also showing superiority on his off lane, right on his lane. Playing really good right now throughout this whole series. The Lord is up, guys, and it looks like Brotherhood wants to bait it out here. They want to bait it out here. I don't know if this is a good idea because majority of the Gosu, they're not super ahead, first of all, and plus majority of the Gosu members are still alive. All right, so that's why it's not a good idea for them to start the Lord, and that's why they didn't end up doing it. All right, so it looks like Jawhead here actually ended up getting a kill on this Farsa, but he's gonna die here. That's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Nice burst by Gushin, by the way. Let's see, that might be a Lord for Gosu actually, because Jawhead, he has the 30-second death timer, so it's gonna be an automatic 4v5. No, 4v4. Sorry, best player is actually dead as well, but they feel like they have enough pressure to secure this Lord. Let's see who gets it and secures it. They also have the Bauman to secure the Lord. Can they seal it? Gosu's really low. Who got the Lord? Lord has been slain by Gosu, and that's gonna be a kill for Sicilian on the Baxia. And Gosu Regrets needs to run away. Double kill coming in from Sicilian right here. And I mean, it's a nice trade. It's not a bad trade for Brotherhood, I would say. 2 kills for the first level 1 Lord. It's not so bad, alright? And I think Brotherhood actually has enough wave clear here to actually defend this level 1 Lord. So not too bad. It's better than not getting any kills at all and giving a free Lord. Alright? Thank you for your donation, Will, Julian, Pika, Paolo, P2, good cast, and good job for Pima as well. Alright? I think he mistyped, but thank you for your donation, alright? So that's a small commercial right there. Thank you so much. Okay, nothing happening yet. Let's see how Gosu will take and benefit this Lord, alright? So what their objective is here is to take as much towers as possible. How will Gosu benefit from this Lord? Will they just go with this Lord and try to go for the second tier tower at top? Or will they split push mid lane and bot lane to try and get those towers on those sides of the map? But it looks like, look at this. This Lord is already getting bursted and is already dead because it's a level 1 Lord. And that is what I meant earlier by Brotherhood actually doing an okay trade, even though they lost the Lord, the level 1 Lord earlier. Only 1 tower for Gosu with that level 1 Lord. So, I mean, it's still not so bad. At least they got something, they got an objective. But they definitely need to make more plays here if they want to end this game, alright? Gushin waiting on this push. He needs to run away. It is a Jawhead. Very risky if you try to combo a Jawhead because he can simply throw you and ulti you, and you know, it has a little bit of a stun on the Jawhead ulti. But look at this Esmeralda trying to go for a kill on Regrets. Oh my god, look at that burst from Gushin. It is just way too much burst. Roger just gets bursted in a second. Esmeralda is forced to run away. And very nice. Gosu's chasing here. 5 people of Gosu. 5 members of Gosu are chasing here on the bot side of the map. And it's an all-out brawl right now for both teams. Jeez, I don't even know what's happening anymore. Nobody's split pushing. Nobody cares. We just want to fight. Oh my god, suntukan! They want a suntukan, I swear! Oh my god, Sicilian is stacking up on minions though. The late game Sicilian, I would say, is definitely gonna hurt. Bauman going for the ulti, but he gets killed right there. Bauman a little bit too greedy here. I feel like Gosu's being a little messy right now. Being a little bit too greedy. They did end up getting a tower, but I feel like they're kind of overstaying / overextending right now, where they could be some place else, giving vision, giving more information. So yeah, that is one thing that I noticed here for Gosu. The vision game, I don't see a lot. It's just an all-out brawl most of the time, right? All-out brawl most of the time, which is something that they definitely need to work on, right? This is just an analysis for me, all right? Nothing against Gosu, but Goshan getting a kill on Joyd here. For Brotherhood, on the other hand, same with Brotherhood. Actually, they could work on their vision game a lot better. All right. They also like for going. They also like to go for all-out brawls as well, kind of like what Gosu is doing. And sometimes they overstay and they don't really focus on objectives as much. So hopefully we see a more objective-minded Gosu here and Brotherhood here in a couple of minutes. Alright, here we go. It looks again. Look how many members there are in the mid lane. What is this? Goshen almost getting caught. Farsa actually gets a kill on Sicilian. It's fights after fights, and Kali going for the ulti. He's gonna miss though. Goshen trying to go for the burst, not gonna hit though. So they need to back off. The Lord will be up. It is gonna be a 4v5 advantage for Gosu. So they want to capitalize on this. So if they want to do this Lord, this is the problem with picking Gushin as a core. Is Gushin cannot solo the Lord. He needs help to do the Lord. Not unlike the other cores. For example, Roger could actually solo the Lord. Whereas Gushin, you need more DPS to do the Lord. And there goes a pause. Alright, so real quick guys, there's gonna be a pause. Not sure what the reason is. But hopefully Pika has the pause reason when he comes back, alright?
Yeah, I'll be back. Just give me a sec.
Alright. Alright guys, so hopefully we are back in a couple of seconds here. Pika is just talking to the teams, to each teams what the problem is. So sorry for the delay. This is not our choice to pause. We are we don't know if somebody got disconnected. We want to keep the game intense. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Again, thank you for all the donations that are being given right now. Pondorama, another she donated another $50. So that is gonna go towards the prize pool of this tournament. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to Pondorama again. All right. But yeah. So far, what do you guys think based on what's happening in the game right now? Can I get a spam in chat? It's a close game. Look at the gold. It's 200 gold deficit in favor of Gosu. That is it. 200 gold. Imagine.
Yo. Who do you think it is? Yo, I'm gonna start at 26 minutes, okay? Just so you guys know. They just have an AFK, so I don't know. Yeah, they have an AFK, so I don't know if he's coming back. So I told him I'm gonna give him 3 minutes. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna start at 26.
Alright, so are we back? Alright, hopefully we're back in a second, guys.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Alright, perfect. Alright, I'm gonna start it back at 26. Apparently there's an AFK, and then I said I'll give him a few minutes.
Okay, got it. So there you go, guys. The reason is AFK, all right? There was an AFK, so we're gonna resume the game at 26 minutes. But before 26 minutes, who do you guys think is gonna win by how the game is looking like right now? Hashtag Gosu if you think Gosu is gonna win. Hashtag BR if you think Brotherhood is gonna win this game, all right? So spam those in chat and let's see the hype coming into the chat, all right? We don't know who the AFK is, guys, but we're about to start in a couple of seconds. Here we go. Alright, looks like Gosu's actually doing this. Lord Jawhead gets a kill on this Farsa right there. So, but this Bowman actually securing the Lord for Gosu. Oh, they still want to fight after the... Oh, look at the Kufa! 3-man stun! Jesus! And that might be a game-changing play right there. Kufa has been carrying this team. Plays after plays. Wow. If Brotherhood wants to keep, wants to keep their team alive, Kufra needs to keep making plays like this. Sicilian gets a kill on Baxia, and that might not be good for Gosu. I am so confused. After getting Lord, Gosu did not need to fight. Why did they need to fight? After the Lord, guys, the rule of thumb is to reset the lanes and play passive. Reset the lanes and play passive and take full advantage of the Lord that you got. But with Gosu, three of their members are dead with this Lord, meaning that Brotherhood would probably just clear this Lord pretty easily. This is not looking good. I don't know why Gosu actually fought that after the Lord. But then again, Kufra with the plays, man. This Kufra, if Brotherhood wins this, Kufra is the real MVP. Still, Gosu still getting a couple of towers here. Jawhead is almost dead. Second tier tower for bot lane is also down. Alright, Kufra tried ulting but misses. Here we go. They're trying to clear the Lord. They just want to play a defense right now. Wow, that Kufra, insane. But Gosu, even though 3 members of Gosu died with that Lord, they still managed to get all the second tier towers. So that's good. I would say if none of the members died after that Lord, they could probably get 1 or 2 inhibitor towers to take full advantage of that Lord. But because 3 of them died, that kind of gave gave a chance for Brotherhood to come back. Okay, gave a chance, a little bit of hope for Brotherhood. We see Farsa ulting right here, does a decent amount of damage late game. All right, so let's see, how do we scale here? Scaling wise, I think Khalid falls off a little bit late game. Farsa is the late game hero, Baxia is the late game hero, Bauman falls off a little bit late game, I would say. Gushin is kind of 50-50. Whereas for Brotherhood, Roger falls off late game a little bit. Sicilian is actually really good late game. Esmeralda is really good late game. Jawhead falls off, and Kufra is still decent late game. If Brotherhood wants to win, Kufra needs to make another play, and that is it. All right. Again, from what I've noticed here, really similar to what BTK was doing. They only like securing one side of the map. If you look at the minimap right now, guys, they're focused on the top side of the map. Even though Gosu has all the second tier towers, the tank and the support are always together. That's not necessary technically. The Baxia could take care of himself. The only thing that they need to watch out for, if anything, is if Farsa is gonna face check and secure both sides of the map. That would have been better. Alright, but we see right here, Gushin actually getting picked off here. Oh, Winter Chunchun, and they might get baited. Roger might get baited here by this Farsa. But look at this, he lives with 10% HP. He's still trying to go for a kill. Farsa finally killing that Roger. Look at Hoon with the outplay. Hoon going in though, he's 10% HP. He's gonna get killed by Jawhead. Maybe a little bit too greedy here. Jawhead go for the kill. Farsa, nice play. Nice flicker. Oh, nice flicker from Jawhead to kill that Farsa. He still ulted this. He caught a triple kill from Jawhead. He's making a blaze. Jawhead is doing it. Jawhead is doing it, boys. He's still, oh my god, flicker ulted from Bauman. Cooper was way too late for that knockup. Esmeralda couldn't help because he had to clear the lane on the top side of the map. Wow, what is going on with this game? Jesus. Nice bait from Hoon, but he got a little bit too greedy afterwards. He was really low, but he still tried to go for the burst afterwards. Wow, and then he ended up dying, and then triple kill for Jawhead. He was doing it, and again, this is gonna give more chances for Brotherhood to come back, because Sicilian late game and Esmeralda late game, that's definitely what Gosu needs to watch out for. It's gonna be really hard to deal with, guys. As long as Sicilian positions correctly, he can burst out the Gushin with just like a couple of first skills. So yeah, and same with Farsa. Sicilian could literally almost one-shot Farsa at the later stages of the game. Oh my god. So yeah, this is gonna buy more time for Brotherhood. In terms of the situation and the circumstances, guys, it's not looking good for Gosu. Yes, they are ahead of gold, but it is buying more time for Brotherhood to scale because of their heroes, right? That's the bad part. Gosu still hasn't ended the game, and it's gonna get to super late game here. Let's see if this Kufra can make another play. Very good vision game from Jawhead and Kufra here. Let's see what happens. Hoon needs more vision before he overextends. That's why he's playing it safe. Very well played from Zulsha for face checking that. Farsa with the ulti. Jawhead almost gets bursted by Farsa here. They need to retreat. And look at this. Oh my god, what's happening in the back line? Actually, Kufra actually died in the back line because he was the only one left. His teammates left him. So this is not looking good. It's going to be a 4v5 with no tank for Brotherhood. This is going to be a good advantage for Gosu. Oh my god, Baxia needs to run away. He does have immortality. Esmeralda ulting this Baxia, almost killing the Baxia with a Sicilian first skill. But Gosu has the advantage here. But then again, since Baxia is also low, it's gonna be a 4v4. Baxia had to recall. So let's see who steals this. Bauman can actually just ult this and secure. Ulti? Oh my god, he almost messed it up. Jawhead is gonna ulti. And look at this. Oh my god, Jawhead almost killing that Farsa, but very nice escape right there. Getting baited again. Gosu securing that Lord. Bauman actually missed the ulti, but it's alright. The retribution was secured by Hoon right there. So again, what does Brotherhood need to do here if they want to win this game? They need to rely on Sicilian to wave clear, guys. It's going to be really hard to defend this. It's a 22-minute Lord. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. If Hoon overextend and if Kufra makes a play, maybe, sure. Nice zoning from Farsa right here, making sure that nobody goes near the Lord to clear it. Very well played. Let's see what else they can do here. The second tier, the inhibitor tower for top lane is also down. This is looking good for Gosu so far, but the Lord is finally dead. Let's see what happens here. Again, Kufra gets killed again. He cannot make a play anymore. Esmeralda getting a trade though. I don't know if it's good for Gosu to overstay here. They got what they came for. They got 2 inhibitor towers, and they could just take their they could play safe from here and play smart. They don't need to force anything, and I like that. All right, I like that about what Gosu did here. They're playing it safe, playing it patiently. They didn't force anything. They know that they can't finish the game. Sicilian wave players is way too strong. Even though Kufra's dead, you're not gonna be able to push without any minions. So very wise decision from Gosu to back off here. Even though they don't want to get Brotherhood to late game. Jawhead gonna face check here. Getting caught almost by Baxia and Farsa. He's gonna be able to run away. Alright. So again, it's all about the battle at the later stages of the game, guys. It's all about the battle of the vision game. Very important, especially late game. Because if you end up not getting vision and you end up getting ganked by 4 people in the bush, you are going to be in big trouble. So vision is key in the later stages of the game. So it looks like Baxia is doing good here. Front lining for Hoon before he overextends. Jawhead is also doing a really good job putting vision on that side of the map, even though he's just camping, right? This is good. It might not seem like he's not doing anything, but that's all he needs to do. Just stay there so that you know where the Gosu members are, right? Since they're not on that side of the map, obviously, right? The game sense or the logic would be, oh, Gosu's probably camping on the other side of the map, right? So with just that small information, it makes a big impact, right? So let's see here. What does Gosu need to do if they want to win? I think they need to wait for another Lord and bait it out. They need to pick someone off first before doing Lord. They do have the Bauman, so they do have more security when it comes to taking the Lord with the Bauman ulti. So that's something that Gosu has an advantage on. But the problem is that for Gosu is they cannot, Gosu cannot solo the Lord. Gushin is not capable of soloing the Lord, especially this late into the game. Alright, they always need someone, right? Not any of them cannot solo the Lord. I think Khalid might be able to, or Bauman, but it takes way too long without any help. Unlike Roger who can solo the Lord, right? So that's the difference between these two teams. But look at this, what's happening here? It looks like the immortality will pop here for Kufra, and here we go. Gushin almost getting killed here. Gushin actually gets killed by Sicilian. That might not be good. Oh my god, Khalid going in, Esmeralda chasing this Farsa trying to run away. He flickers away to survive. This might be a good, this is good for Brotherhood. They could actually take this Lord if they want to, but again, their side lane is getting pushed, so they need to watch out for any backdoors if they want to win this game. So one member of Brotherhood should always be keeping an eye of a backdoor, because if they focus too much on this Lord, once it spawns, it's not gonna be good. Bauman gets caught. This is not looking good. Bauman finally, Bauman is almost dead. Lives with 1 HP. I cannot believe it. Regrets living with 10% HP. Almost, if Regrets died there, that would have been big for Brotherhood. Oh no. But luckily, Regrets live with 1 HP. Surprisingly, alright? Let's see here. Alright, Kufra giving some vision on if the Lord is being taken here. Drawhead is finally split pushing that top side of the map. Bauman though, he is aware of this, so he's gonna be going there and clearing that and defending it. Meanwhile, it looks like finally we're gonna see Brotherhood scale with their heroes, right? Sicilian. Did you see the burst on Sicilian earlier on the Gushin? It's so hard to combo with Gushin, especially with the threat of Sicilian bursting you with around 2 first skills. Alright? So very good vision here from both teams. It looks like there's going to be a 1v1 here for Esmeralda and Bauman. But then again, I feel like Esmeralda wins against Bauman in the later stages of the game. I don't think Bauman can take Esmeralda 1v1. He should win that matchup if they were to go to a 1v1. But look at this. Zotra almost getting caught. He does have immortality. He's very low, but he's gonna end up getting away. He doesn't have any more ulti, but look at the Jawhead trying to go for the Farsa. Oh, Baxia's immortality will pop here. Can they kill? That's gonna be a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Brotherhood, and this is looking good. They have a chance to do the Lord right here. So, what does Brotherhood need to do to take this Lord? They need vision right now. Roger can take this, and Sicilian can take this by themselves. If I'm Kufra, I would be zoning instead of helping right now. And look what happens here. Gosu wants to go in. Who's gonna take this Lord? The Lord has been taken by Roger. But double kill coming in from Tom, and it doesn't matter if they took the Lord, because they're all dead. Jawhead needs to flicker away. Farsa's chasing the Sicilian. Sicilian's gonna be able to run away though. Esmeralda was clearing the top lane, so he couldn't help on the team fight. The Jawhead finally dead. So it's gonna be a 2v3 right now. Can Sicilian clear this? The Lord has been taken by Brotherhood, but can they take advantage of this? Oh my god, look at that Sicilian damage! This Esmeralda! The late game Esmeralda, we're finally seeing it! And look at this, almost killing the Farsa with 10% HP! Making the plays, Brotherhood! Oh my god, this is such an intense game. What is going on? What is going on right now? Okay, so we all know that Brotherhood ended up defending because Gosu right now, they're retreating. They don't want to fight. Look at the bomber getting killed by Esma. This is the late game Esma that I was talking about. The Sicilian first kill. Gushin going for a kill. Winter Sergeant going on for Sicilian. He lives. Gushin runs away as well. Oh my, I'm losing my breath commentating this. What is going on? My goodness. Alright. Oh man. I'm gonna need some water after this, boys and girls. Jesus Christ! My neighbors are probably calling the popo right now. This guy's too loud. Oh my god. But yeah, so far, a lot of mistakes from both teams. Very messy, but very close game. Oh, look at 88,000 gold. 80,000 gold for both teams. About to be 29 minutes into the game. Sicilian and Esmeralda definitely making a difference here. But let's not forget, Kufra has been quiet this later stages of the game. Unlike early game to mid game, he was making a lot of plays. But right now, he hasn't been making anything. It's all been Sicilian and Esme. So if they really want to win this game for Brotherhood, Kufra still needs to make a play. Alright, so let's see what happens here. Alright, Baxia almost getting caught here. He doesn't have immortality. Very nice zoning for Farsa though. The Lord is not up for 100 seconds. Holy crap. Alright, Esmeralda still split pushing this bot lane. But Khalid is aware of that, so they're just gonna defend that. Nothing going on so far. Oh man, my throat is... I apologize, guys.
It's all good.
Man. This is definitely a very, very exciting match to cast. Very honored to witness this myself firsthand. But look at this, Sicilian almost getting bursted by that Farsa. Sicilian does have immortality though, and Winter Truncheon, so let's not Gushun cannot get baited by the Sicilian, alright? Even if Kuhn tries to focus this Sicilian, he has the ability to outplay with Winter Truncheon and Immortality. Alright, the blue buff is up here, most likely gonna be given to Sicilian. Jawhead is being chased here on the top lane side of the map. Nothing going on so far. I think both teams are waiting for the Lord, and I feel like there's gonna be another crazy fight for the Lord here for both teams. I'm surprised Gosu, I mean, to be honest, it's better for Gosu to group up now as 5 instead of split pushing, and it's actually better for Brotherhood to force a split push here, because Esmeralda could 1v1 anybody. But look at this, Gushin actually gets a kill here, so it's gonna be an automatic 4v5 in favor of Gosu. Jawhead getting caught right there, overextended. That is not a mistake that you want to see this late into the match. You don't want to be that too overextended, all right? So, luckily, the Lord is not up for a good 15 seconds, but the Jawhead is not up for a good 30 seconds. I'm not sure if Gosu will try to go for this Lord. I mean, they do have the option to actually try and bait it out since they are in a 4v5 advantage. So let's see what they will do. If I was Brotherhood, I would take advantage of my Esme being super strong and split pushing and forcing them to rotate into your lane. But it looks like Gosu, they're going for the Lord. Knowing that it's a 4v5, Jawhead is still dead. He's not gonna be alive for 10 seconds. But look at this, Cooper's ulti is gonna get cancelled. Oh, this is not looking good for Brotherhood right now. Sicilian actually gets a kill on Gushin. That's gonna be a game-winning play. Oh my god, Roger might be able to clean this up, and no more immortality for Sutra. That is another kill for Brotherhood. And Greedy might be too greedy here. Greedy Boo might be too greedy. He's gonna back off though. Esmeralda going in, and this might be the game-changing play for Brotherhood. Farsa needs to run away. That's gonna be a killing spree for Esmeralda. 5 people are still alive for Brotherhood, and Gosu, really long death timers for Team Gosu. Jesus, this is the chance for Brotherhood to take this Lord and finish the game. Can they do it? Sicilian making another play against his Gushin. Right? Like I said, the scaling is very important. Know your win condition. Right now, Gushin is definitely having a difficult time trying to burst out anyone. Because if he tries to go for Esmeralda, he's tanky. Oh, let's see who gets it. Oh my god, okay, I was about to say, I thought Bauman was going to be able to steal it, but it's not enough. Bauman also gets killed. Was not able to steal the Lord. This is not good. Oh my goodness. Jeez. Wow, Brotherhood still alive and kicking right now. Definitely showing, giving Gosu a run for their money right now. Oh man. Okay, now what they need to do, reset lanes and push with the Lord and take advantage of it. Jesus. Woo! Okay, Gosu, on the other hand, what do they need to do if they want to win this game? They need to reset the lane by killing all the super minions and the Lord before going for a team fight. They're getting outscaled right now. But if they want to win, they need to get a pick off first, alright? But it's so hard to do it in such a later stages of the game. 33-minute game! Oh my, I did not expect this, honestly. The Lord is pushing mid. What will Brotherhood do here? Why is okay, oh, never mind. Okay, they're gonna go with this Lord. It is a 33-minute Lord, so this is gonna be a really hard Lord to kill. Look at the Sicilian taking skills. Sicilian getting a killing speed. This is it, Brotherhood. They're throwing it. Gosu getting pushed into the edge. Roger dies though, but this is not looking good for Gosu. They're dropping off like flies one by one. And Brotherhood with the comeback, maybe. Are they being too greedy? What's going on? 1 HP Nexus. Oh my god. Can he finish? And that is it. GG all played. Brotherhood with the dub for the second game. Wow.
Wow.
Holy.
I could not make this up.
Gosu. A lot of mistakes from both teams, but Brotherhood with the comeback, taking advantage, knowing their win condition, that they have the later stage of the game. Let me be honest with you guys. I'm literally lightheaded right now from all the shouting.
Take a break.
Alright, oh my god. Before I go, thank you for the donation. Paulo's vocal cord durability is the MVP of this match.
I mean, I can't lie. You are the MVP, but wow, what was that game? I could not make this up, guys. I could not make this up.
What the heck? What a game. Alright, you can talk about post-game. I'm gonna go get a drink of water.
Alright, go grab some water. Um, Gosu, I feel like this game they lack objectives. They were focusing and chasing way too many fights where they were giving a chance for Brotherhood to make a comeback. You know, even one play or one kill or even an ace makes a huge difference. And I feel like, you know, what we expect for Gosu next match is just focus on objectives, focus on towers and turtle. And also Brotherhood, well played by defending. You know, they have really good wave clear. Their side lanes are really strong. They have hard CC that counters Gus, such as Jawhead, Cecilion, and Kufra. Those are huge counters for Gus. So what I expect next game is that Gosu's to play objective, and I feel like if they do that, they could win. But Brotherhood, don't count them out because they're still game 3, guys. You know, Gosu's 1 right now, and Brotherhood is 1. They're still game 3, so stay tuned.
All right, let's go. Let's continue this show. Let's
So,
continue this
Paulo,
show.
what do you think that Gosu should have done different that game?
I felt like, I don't know, they didn't focus on objectives as much as they needed. Plus the vision game definitely lacking. That's something that I noticed. BTK was really good at doing the vision game earlier. I never had
Brotherhood?
a comment about it. As for Brotherhood, they also need to work on their vision game. And both teams, they just kept going for team fights, which was, and they kept going for 50-50 lords, right? Which is not something that you want to see, especially if you're aspiring squads that are trying to go professional. You don't want to gamble, all right? Even on other games, not just ML, League of Legends, Dota 2, people don't go for 50-50s. They want to secure the game, go for the safe plays, and the for sure 100% guaranteed plays. That's
Your
two things
team
that
is banned.
they really need to work on. Both teams need to work on, right? I'm drinking some more water. Give me 1 second.
Hope you guys are getting your popcorn ready because I don't know. This third game could be really exciting.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's keep the show going. Oh my god. Here we go. Game number
team
3.
is banned.
Nobody expected a game number 3 here. For Brotherhood versus Gosu. All right.
Your team
Let's see if
is
Gosu
banning.
can bounce back here. It looks like they knew Esmeralda, man. That was a big problem earlier. Esmeralda was way too tanky. Late game Esme so hard to kill. It looked like Esme had like gluta, freaking skin whitening, full shield. Wow. Barrett's though, first ban here for for Team Brotherhood and a Uranus. So
team
this
is
is looking
banning.
like a similar ban from Brotherhood, Esmeralda as well for
Your
Gosu
team
and
is
Brody.
banning.
Okay, they don't want to deal with that. So nothing surprising so far. We've seen these bans before. The only thing that's gonna change is probably how they're gonna draft and how they're gonna scale the game. Like I said earlier, right before the draft started, I actually like Brotherhood's draft because it was like balanced. They have late game heroes and they have early game heroes. It's not all late game heroes. It's not all early game heroes. So they have security in both on both sides, right? So that's what I really like about the draft for Brotherhood earlier.
Your team is
But they're gonna ban
banning.
the Ling as well for Brotherhood. Again, they don't want to deal with Hoon's Ling. Very well played. Let's see what Gosu will ban here for the third ban. All right. So who do you guys think is gonna win for this game number 3 that nobody expected at all? Nobody expected an intense game number 2. Oh my god.
Game 3, everyone. Game 3. Get your popcorn, get your snacks ready, get your drinks ready, because I'm telling you right now, this is a game that you don't want to miss.
All right, guys. The score, if you guys just got in the stream, if you don't know, it is 1-1. All right, it is a tie game, and whoever wins this game will move on to the next round. It will definitely be an upset if Gosu ends up losing this, because
Your
a lot of
team is
expectation right
picking.
there for this team. What do you think? What can you say if Gosu gets upset here? What do you think? People will be surprised, wouldn't they?
For sure, everyone was hoping the Gosu to at least be in the finals, but you never know. Like I said, any given Friday, right? This could be anyone's game. Like I said, even BTK they struggled their first match as well, and also you could see that Gosu struggled the second match. But we'll see what happens after this match. Who's gonna move on to the next bracket?
I see. So Kufra, Gosu ended up banning Kufra as well. The Kufra made a lot of plays last game. Towards late game, he didn't make as much plays, but still, definitely a lot of game-changing plays from Kufra. Who was playing Kufra last game? I kind of forgot his name. I feel bad, but definitely kudos to him for making those game-changing plays at the mid stages of the game. Yuzhong is gonna be locked in here for Brotherhood. I'm not sure if this is gonna be a core Yuzhong. That is also a possibility. Mid jungle Yuzhong or an offlane Yuzhong, right? But for Gosu's side, they're actually gonna pick this Khalid and Hilda. Now this could be a flex pick because Khalid could play tank, and Hilda could play tank as well. Khalid could also play offlane, and Hilda could play offlane. Where do you think these heroes are gonna go for Gosu, Pika?
So 100%, I think Hilda is the more annoying tank. While you could possibly see Hilda invading here, and just bugging or bullying their jungler so it avoids their farm. And then I can see Khalid regrets on the side lane.
I see. So another Sicilian. I think that's what won them the
Your
game
team is
earlier.
picking.
2 outplays. Hoon got outplayed twice. Well, not necessarily outplay, but since Hoon tried to go for plays for pickoffs, since they weren't gonna win the game if they weren't gonna pick somebody off. Sicilian was there to kind of finish off Gushin when he messed up his combo. When his combo was done. Since Gushin doesn't have flicker, as soon as his combo is done, he only has 1 dash away. And Sicilian took advantage of that, and he ended up killing Gushin like 2 or 3 times at the later stage of the game. So very, very game-changing plays for Sicilian as well. And finally, we see a Baxia who's really good. I'm surprised nobody's picking Valier. Valier is actually a really good counter for Hilda tank, right? So that to avoid early game pressure, right? Valier. But I think Brotherhood wants to stick to their win condition
team
and
is
keep playing that
banned.
Sicilian into the later stages of the game. Alright, now we see the third pick here. We see Gosu actually picking
Your
Thamus.
team is
Right, that
banned.
is also an underrated pick here, I would say, in NA. A lot more people
Your
play it in
team is
C,
banned.
whereas here in NA solo queue or 5-man rank, he's not picked as often. Pika, what do you think about Thamus here in NA server at least? Do you agree with me with him being not picked so often?
He is not so picked often. Mostly the side laners are usually Khalid, Yuzong, Alice, Esmeralda. Thomas is not even, I don't even think, a top 5 pick for side lanes. But he is picked though. He is still a really valid pick. But I don't see much NA players do pick him.
I see. So that is gonna be a Harith ban for Hoon as well. Considering that there is no Kufra, and I'm actually surprised, very, very surprised that Gosu did not secure the Harith right there. Since Kufra wasn't
Your
available.
team is
And they
banning.
also, okay, Gosu banning Roger. It's a fight for cores. So who are the only cores left that are open? Helkert, there is Yisun Shin, there is...
There's still
who
Lance.
else? Helkert, Lancelot, yep, definitely Lancelot. So let's see. Who will Brotherhood ban here? Who do you think is a valid ban here for Brotherhood?
So Gosu still needs support or a hyper. I think they should ban a support, which is Selena or Farsa, right? Farsa's not banned. Yeah, Farsa's not banned yet. So I think Farsa would be a good ban here.
Yeah, I definitely think so too, because Farsa could outrange Sicilian, and that it's really hard to close in with Sicilian whenever you're against a Farsa. So that is definitely a Uy.
Your
And they
so
ban Yin
it's gonna
Sun
be
Shin.
a Yi Sun Shin ban, definitely focusing on Hoon's hero pool right now. I mean, we all know that Hoon's hero pool is definitely really deep. So let's
Your
see, best
team
player
is picking.
taking out his Lunox. Wow, we've already seen him play his Lunox. He is a valid mage player here for best player. So let's see what he can do with this Lunox mage support at mid. You could even do Lunox core. Honestly, I've seen it before. Have you seen Lunox core at mid before? I mean,
No, I
it's
have
the-
not seen that.
You have not seen that before?
Not this season. Nope, not at all.
I see. But it's definitely viable. It could also go off lane, honestly. It could also go off lane Lunox as well. But in this draft right now, it's most likely going to be a mage support. And looking at Brotherhood's draft, they still need one more offlaner and a core. Alright, so they picked the Kari on the first game, but it did not work out well for them. But they're gonna pick it this game. Kind of surprised about that.
Your
I
team
think
is picking.
I think Hellcurt could have been good, or who else? Lancelot is not too bad against this team comp, I would say. Yeah, Lancelot, because if you think about it, Gosu doesn't have or doesn't offer a lot of CC. Tamus, no solid CC. Lunox, no solid CC. Khalid only has the ulti to CC, but it's really hard to land because it's so slow. Very easy to dodge. Hilda has ulti stun, but that's about it, right? It's not a lot of CC. So I think Lancelot could have been a good pick there for Brotherhood instead of Kari, but then again, it is their comfort pick at the end of the day. So let's see if this Kari will not be out of position this time. Oi! And
We
we're
see a
gonna
Claude pick.
see a Claude from Hoon. So what is your opinion about Hoon's Claude? When I left NA, right, before leaving into the Philippines, I wasn't really familiar with Hoon playing Claude because I've always seen him. It was always General playing Marksman, right? So I'm new to this. What do you think about Hoon's Claude?
So Hoon's Claude, like I said, his hero pool is really big, where he could play any marksman, assassin, or mage. But I don't feel like Claude's a good pick here. I feel like the other team has so much burst damage, and then carry late game would be too much for Claude.
I see. All right, but the good part here for Claude, I guess. Actually, no, there's no good part. There's no good part.
I don't know. I could be wrong. We'll see.
Yeah, I was gonna say Brotherhood did not have any knockups to cancel the Claude ulti, but they have the Yu Zhang. So yeah, that's gonna be a big no right there. Sicilian as well. It's really hard to go next to Sicilian, because you could easily get bursted in the later stage of the game. This Claude, if Gosu wants to win, they need this Claude online. So he needs Demon Hunter Sword ASAP and then snowball from there. Hopefully get to the super late game. But then again, Kari is also a super late game hero. If we're gonna judge just by late game, I honestly think Brotherhood has the advantage. Because Tamus falls off late game, Hilda falls off late game, and Khalid falls off late game. So if Gosu wants to win this, the early game to mid game is what they want to capitalize on. Already, is that a vengeance already being wasted by Hikaru? As on the Thamos right there, maybe a panic vengeance because he was not even close to dying. I'm not sure, or he doesn't want to get out traded. But look at the laning phase here. Zultra and Lunox doing this crab while Baxia did a fast red with Kari. And it looks like Khalid might, let's see here. Never mind, he's just gonna do a normal clear here at top lane. Yu Zhang also giving vision to his teammates since he is aware that Hilda is capable of invading. Who's gonna secure this though? It looks like Kari actually secured both buffs for Brotherhood. So this is looking good so far. The Hilda did not put a lot of pressure in the jungle. That is something that I wanted to see more. Like for example, Thamos level 1 is a threat right now for Brotherhood, but they didn't take advantage of it. Those who did not take advantage of it, Hilda early game and Khalid early game is super insane for Gosu, but again, they did not take advantage of it at all. I feel like they're playing too passive with this draft, right? Playing too passive with this draft. Thank you for the donation from Mavang, the way how Paulo says, yeah, thank you so much for your donation. That will go towards the prize pool. Alright, let's see what happens here. It looks like what Gosu is doing is they're just giving vision for this Claude to comfortably farm around the map. Kari being overextended, he's definitely out of position. He's gonna be a first blood. Again, this is the same mistake that they're doing last time. Bauman is gonna get a kill though. There's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far, and that is gonna be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Gosu right now, and 3-for-1 trade in favor of Gosu. And this should be a free gold for Gosu. Honestly, if I was Claude, I would go for this tower, the shield, for extra gold. Look at this gold. Oh my god. What do you think about that mechanic, by the way, Pika, about the gold shield gold? Do you think people should take advantage of that and you know, try to get it, or instead of sieging the tower later on?
Definitely, you should take advantage of that gold lane, because the more gold you get, the more items you get, right? And that's definitely plays a huge role in your gameplay and how you do damage to the other team.
Yeah, definitely. And especially on Claude, where he really relies on getting his items really fast. If this Claude gets Demon Hunter's sword in around 5 minutes, that's already good enough. 4 minutes would be the best situation for Hoon possible, alright? But nothing happening so far. It's been quiet so far, but Gosu is ahead of around 1,000 gold. Obviously, we're gonna see Hoon farm a lot here because he is a Claude. He's not gonna do a lot of damage before he gets Demon Hunter's sword. But it looks like very nice game from Lunox here. Nice bait from Hikaru, and that's gonna be a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Gosu. But look at the Khalid. Khalid is also gonna get a kill on the top side of the map, winning that 1v1 against that Yu Zhong. Wow. Well, again, Yu Zhong is more of a late game hero, so it is only understandable that Khalid is supposed to win his lane. So, if Brotherhood wants to win this, they need to play a little bit safer, I would say, and try to get to late game. The majority of their heroes, guys, they're gonna scale better than Gosu as a team. They're gonna scale better, alright? It's always been a problem with scaling. The turtle is being contested here. Let's see who will secure it. It gets reset, so nobody's gonna go for this. Yu Zhong and Bauman actually switched lanes here, so Yu Zhong is now gonna be bot lane against this Stamos. Hilda getting a pickoff against this Baxia. This is more of the pressure that I wanted to see at the earlier stages of the game from Hilda. But finally, Zoltra doing this. Getting a kill on that Baxia, not giving any vision at all for Baxia. If Baxia tries to go for vision, Lunox and Hilda will be there to harass. And that is going to be a free turtle right there for Team Gosu. This is not looking good. Khalid goes for an ulti, but Bauman dodges it. So, looking good so far. Bauman uses the ulti to just clear the minion wave. I'm not sure. I'm not really a big fan of that. He could have cleared the minion wave by just spinning, I guess, or auto attacking. He didn't need to waste it, but all right. Here we go. Hilda putting a lot of pressure in the front line. Best player is a little bit low, but he does have light form. So even if he gets caught, it is okay. He can light form and flicker away. The red buff actually gets taken by Claude here, I believe. So that is going to be very nice counter jungling. Yu Zhong is actually going to go in. It's going to be a full-out brawl here on the bot side of the map. Finally, Demon Form coming in from this Yu Zhong, but they want to retreat. They're very low. They're getting sandwiched by Khalid. Khalid going in for the ulti, and the dive is going on for Gosu. And this is what Gosu needs to capitalize on. Their early game. Double kill coming in from Hilda, and more objectives will be taken here. By Gosu after both those kills, alright? This should be an easy mid lane tower maybe for Gosu, but Hoon wants to take his blue buff first. Meanwhile, we see Bauman trying to push this top lane. He knows that Tamus is going to rotate there, so he doesn't want to overextend, alright? Surprisingly, Gosu didn't push mid lane. I honestly think they should have gone for the mid lane first and then get the buff afterwards, since Claude still had the blue buff for the meantime. But let's see what happens here. Best player playing really patient with this Lunox right now. Kari still got his blue, so that's good. Let's see what happens here. Hilda, look at that. Hilda's positioning. The vision game, the pressure. This is what we want to see from Hilda and Khalid. Finally, alright? More aggressive from this Hilda and Khalid, and they're taking advantage of their team comp right now. And that's what we want to see more on this game. Tamus just making sure that this Bauman is not going to be able to split push. Claude still farming, like I said. He's just farming until he gets his item. He's going to be more impactful in the later stages of the game. So we just need to wait for that. Same with Sicilian, and Kari is getting itemized right now. The problem with Brotherhood here, guys, is Kari has died 3 times now. He's 0-3. Alright, Khalid's gonna ulti in, Yu Zhong's gonna ulti in his backline. Can Yu Zhong get any kills here? I'm surprised this Yu Zhong keeps going for a Shenron right now, when he can go Demon Form and go for a more harassment, more damage. Vengeance will go down for Yu Zhong. He might get bursted here by the Lunox. And that is what's good about Lunox right there. Vengeance does not work on magic damage. So very nice burst from best player right there on the Yu Zhong. Very well played from Gosu here. The Lord will be up in around 95 seconds, so they definitely have to wait for that. So far, Gosu is playing it very patiently and very disciplined, I would say. Hilda has been doing really good this game. If I was to give an MVP this game, it would be Hilda right now. Even though at the earlier stages of the game could have been better, right now, Zoltra really showing his presence around the map. Lunox also getting a lot of pickups. And look at this Kari, same with first game. Kari is always out of position. I don't know why they picked it again because it didn't work the first game. But not looking good for Kari right now. Their core, 0-4, no farm at all. And not even close to an endless battle for Kari. And look at the Claude. He already built Demon Hunter Sword. And he's about to build maybe Golden Staff right now. So this is looking good for Gosu so far. As long as the game doesn't go too late into the game, they shouldn't be worried about the Sicilian and this Kari at all. And look at this, the presence from Khalid, the dives from Claude and Hilda is just way too much for Team Brotherhood to handle. This is not looking good. Even Boxe is looking really, really squishy right now. But Gosu, they need to retreat. They don't want to be too greedy. They want to play a disciplined way of play style. So they get a second tier tower there on the top side of the map. They also got the second tier tower on the bot side of the map. The Lord is about to be up in 15 seconds, so that is something that Gosu needs to watch out for. Khalid going in again, and that's going to be another pickoff. It seems like Brotherhood, they're definitely falling off. Pika, do you think, how do you say this? Do you think fatigue has to do anything in this game? In this game 3, do you think Brotherhood got tired from last game? And that's why they're playing like this?
I think Gosu's just playing a different style this game. You could tell that Hilda's giving them mad vision on the Gosu side in being in the enemy's bushes, giving them mad vision and giving position where everyone is and know when to engage and when to not. This is the Gosu that I know and that I like to see, but you never know because they could defend really well. Brotherhood, they have Sicilian, they have Carry, they have a boxer, a good front line. We could never know. We just gotta hope and see that Gosu focus on objectives and freeze the lane, and then push all at once and see if they can end with his Lord.
I say definitely have to agree with you. Look at the vision that Zultra is giving right now, and look at the Lunox. They're not together anymore, right? Like we said on the first and second game, they were always together, but now it feels like they're capturing both sides of the map instead of just focusing on one side. And look at this, Baxia looking really squishy. A Baxia that looks like Cooper. Oh my god, gets bursted right away by Lunox, and the Lord is pushing in this mid lane. I think Gosu wants to end it. They're like, we just gave you guys a chance from last game. We're gonna show you guys who is superior, and it is looking like Gosu. This is a one-sided match, definitely for Gosu right now. All in his towers are gonna go down. They want to end the game, and that is gonna be it for game number 3. Maybe.
Wow.
Not yet so far. It is game number 3 going into Gosu. Wow. Well. Wow, what a... I guess we already saw the climax last game. I was expecting more this game. I am so disappointed, but that's alright. Congratulations to Gosu for moving on to the next round. And very well played. GG well played for Team Brotherhood for putting up a fight, alright?
They put up a good fight. They give us a show, and that's what we wanted.
Yeah, they gave us a show. Yeah, that's what we wanted. This last game was definitely something that I did not expect. It was definitely a stomp for Gosu. I wanted to see more. I was really hoping for Brotherhood to show more, but just Gosu, like you said, they played a different game. The vision was there, the pressure was there, and everybody, the Lunox and Hilda really played good together. Hilda showed vision, and then Lunox knows exactly where the enemy team is. Even if they had vengeance, he could burst out the enemy. But the MVP of the game, I would say Hilda. Oh, okay.
I would agree with that.
Hilda. Yeah,
Hilda played really well, giving vision, and best player following up. Hilda, in my opinion, is one of the strongest tank or support in the game. I think she must be banned in every game because how much she could bully you and how much vision she could get in her passive for regenning is super tanky. As you can see, she tanked 36%. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is insane, and that is a Hilda that was always on the enemy jungle. By the way, Hilda was never on their side of the jungle. That's what you're supposed to do with Hilda, guys. So very well played from Zultra. So let's do a recap on the first game. It was Regrets making the plays for his team. The second game, it was Kufra and Sicilian and Esmeralda for Team Brotherhood, and for the third game, it was definitely Zultra stepping up for Team Gosu. Well played for both teams. Do you know if we're gonna have an interview here?
Just give me a sec.
All right. So guys, let's wait for the interview. Let's look at the donation again. Fubuki Shiru, thank you for the donation. Good game, Gosu. Very well played. Very well played. Let's see who will get the interview. It is in Gosu's choice, whoever is gonna be in the interview. And I believe is that the last series of the day? Pika?
Yes, that was the last game of the day, guys.
All right, so
So
that was the last game of the day. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. As much as I did, as much as I did, I've been shouting here this whole time. Thank you for another donation, Ma Vang, for another $10. Thank you so much. All right. So we're just waiting for someone to interview here in a second. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop that down in the comment section below, and I'll pick a question in the comment section myself to ask whoever we're interviewing.
So hold on, I got someone. So we have Regrets, who is the Uranus the first match.
I see. So guys, have questions ready for Regrets. There you go.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up? How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty great.
Yeah?
We were talking about second game, but we pulled up.
How do you feel? Like, can you tell us what happened in the second game?
We were, we're too confident, I guess. We were just trolling around a little bit. Having some fun for the tournament,
But you
It
know,
happens.
it happens. They want to put on a show. Everyone wants to see Hoon's Gus, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta play serious, and this is the time to play serious.
Yeah, we just, Hoon is just really want to, show you guys his Gushin and stuff. So, we're just testing out things, I guess.
All right. So, first of all, congratulations, Regrets. So I have a question here from a viewer. He said after game 2, it was like a super long game, like 30-minute plus game. And he's asking, what are the adjustments that you guys made going into game 3?
For game 3, we just pull up the real Gosu. The second game was just the troll type Gosu, I guess.
I see. So they're kind of trolling, guys. They were kind of trolling the second game.
Yo,
Oh no. Okay, Hoon is here, guys. Hoon is here.
No. Don't listen to that clown, bro. We never troll, bro. What is he saying? We never troll. It's just, It's just we had an emergency.
Emergency, bro. What is it?
Yes, we had an emergency.
What is this? Among Us?
could you
There's an emergency meeting?
My
you're playing
nicotine level was dropping by far.
Ah.
Yeah, so my brain was slowing down. That was my bad. No, because the reason why we picked Gushin was like we won the first game and then we were so hyped and we're like G, and I was like G, G, let's go. And then we locked this shit. And then, I'm not picking that shit again. I'm not picking that shit.
I mean, that's fine. I'm glad that the third game you guys are able to put it together and play the way that Gosu plays. You guys were playing really aggressive that third game. Paula, do you have any questions for Hoon? Your ex Gosu member?
Oh shit! Welcome back, by the way, bro.
Thank you. I haven't had contact with you after I came over here. I've been busy and stuff.
Yeah, I saw you giving me that yacht.
Yeah, you missed it. You didn't even shout me out after giving the yacht.
Damn!
Yeah, damn.
Yo!
That's alright. No.
Throwing you under the bus.
I'm not an easy man. You better give me that.
He wants an airplane.
By the way,
give me the
Gosu is
airplane.
expensive, right? Gosu is expensive, right?
Except for Zutra. It's kind of cheap.
He just wants a besito. As long as he gives Ultra a besito, I think he's happy.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we kind of fucked up today, so we'll come stronger. Sorry.
All good. There you have it. Anything you want to say to your fans, to the viewers on the stream?
Masarap!
GG's.
Well
G4.
played.
All right, there you guys have it.
That is it for today, guys. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow as well. All right. So for the matches tomorrow, Pika, can you give us a rundown on a schedule tomorrow so people know when to tune in and who's playing?
If you guys haven't joined my Discord yet, all the information is gonna be on my Discord. But I could give you a breakdown. I just haven't made it yet because we've been too busy doing the casting and panning the map and talking about both teams. But tomorrow we have, I'm not sure the time yet, but tomorrow we have BTK versus Akatsuki. Also, the next game we have High Society versus Simpsons. We have Gosu versus TRS, Team ROCKSTARS. And then AE versus Villains.
Ooh, okay. So
really good,
games
yeah,
tomorrow
pretty
as
good
well.
games tomorrow. You guys don't want to miss it, so make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you guys join the Discord. All the information I'm gonna add will be on my Discord, so make sure you guys stay tuned.
All right, so for the outro, guys, thank you guys for watching this tournament, by the way, and thank you again for all the donations that you guys sent, and thank you to Pika for inviting me to cast this tournament, for making me lose my voice this whole
My
day.
bad, my bad.
No. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the games as much as I did. All right. Hopefully tomorrow we have the same amount of same intensity of the games that we saw today, all right, and the same enjoyment that you guys had today. Okay, thank you so much, and that's all I would
Thank
say.
you guys,
Don't forget
and
to subscribe to Pika ML. Hit the subscribe button right now. Hit the thumbs up right now if you haven't yet. There's 3,000, 4,000 people, and there's only 2,000 thumbs up. That is unacceptable. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe right now. All right.
And then we'll see you guys.
Same with me. What's it called? Selfless advertisement. Subscribe to
Go
Power
ahead,
Expert
go
as
do it.
well.
I don't even care. I was about to give you an advertisement, but if you want to do it yourself, G.
All right. GG. Selfless ad.
Make sure you guys subscribe to Paulo Expert. Check him out. He's back in NA right now, but he's going back to the Philippines late November. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
when.
November 22, I will be back in the Philippines for some more opportunities there. All right. So yeah, thank you guys. I'll